The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 18, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Carey to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair now will recognize members submitted by the majority and the minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allotted between the parties and each member, other than the minority and the minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in honor of Women's History Month, I rise to recognize Deborah Bowers Kipley for her years of dedicated public service in the state of Nebraska. As an arts educator, Debbie's leadership, skills, and initiatives have benefited the minds of our youth for decades. Debbie has a strong interest in the arts from an early age. In 1974, she graduated from Omaha Burke High School, where she participated in band, orchestra, and art. She continued her education, obtaining a bachelor's degree in art education and elementary education from Hastings College. After college, she toured with the Christian Repertory Theater Company before being hired as an elementary arts teacher for Omaha Public Schools. During her time with OPS, Debbie participated in several Nebraska art-based programs. After 13 years with OPS, she wanted to start the elementary art program at Papillion La Vista Community Schools. After obtaining her Master's of Science from the University of Nebraska-Omaha, she earned her doctorates in the administration curriculum and instructions from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, concentrating on the variation of people's ability to create mental images and the effect this has on learning. As someone who struggled with math, reading, and spelling during her elementary years, Debbie believes her inability to create mental images at that age was the cause of her struggles. Her conclusion was to enhance the 5 senses by using art and learning her elementary teachings to better help students learn. For the last nearly 40 years, Debbie has consistently given back to the community. Just a few of her accolades include Elementary Educator of the Year, President-elect and President of the Nebraska Art Teachers Association, and the Nebraska Art Teachers Roscoe Shields Award for her continued service to art education. She also assisted with the writing and creation of hundreds and thousands of dollars in grant money for the arts. As a now retired educator, Debbie continues to promote the arts by her work with the Congressional Art Competition for the Nebraska Congressional Districts, founded in 1998, and still manages the Papillion La Vista Arts Network, providing a theater experience for elementary and middle school students. Supervising art students, teachers for the University of Nebraska-Omaha is another task that she loves, and she's the president of the Papillion Downtown Business Association. Debbie has always believed in the power of the arts to heal, encourage, and empower. This has been her mantra for all her years of educating youth minds. I salute and thank Debbie for her impression upon the community, that tremendous impact, which will be felt for many years to come. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my home state of Ohio, the largest nuclear scandal in American history has been perpetrated on our public. Ohio's only nuclear power is generated in northern Ohio along Lake Erie by plants owned by Energy Harbor, previously known as First Energy. For decades, First Energy customers have paid unknowingly for the outfall of this criminal company's nuclear malfeasance, careless management, and costly outages. And now, criminality. When a hole in the nuclear reactor head at Davis-Besse proved to be the size of a pineapple, jaws dropped too late. Here in Washington at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, where were they? When a switch failure triggered by First Energy shut off power for 3 days across the entire Midwest, Northeast, and Ontario, Canada, costing our economy $10 billion and 9 lost lives. Those in the commercial nuclear power world should have understood there was a big problem at First Energy. Where were they? Neither the private sector nor the federal government did their jobs. Nuclear power production requires excellence and vigilance. No excuses, no passing the buck. First Energy's business plan started to fail due to its huge repair costs resulting from its own mistakes. As the company sank into debt, rather than aspire to excellence, it resorted to bribery, wire fraud, conspiracy, and racketeering. Thus, the largest commercial nuclear crimes in U.S. history are being litigated in federal court in Cincinnati, Ohio. Convictions for accepting First Energy bribes have been levied against Ohio's former House Republican Speaker Larry Householder and former Ohio Republican Party Chair Matt Borges. They led a criminal scheme in which First Energy bribed them with $61 million in dark money. Householder used it for personal expenses in re-electing himself and a slate of willing Republican and Democratic legislators to bend the law to serve First Energy's financial interests. Once in office, Householder led his hand-picked politicians in a legislative bailout of First Energy, foisting $1 billion plus in corporate nuclear energy and coal losses on Ohio's ratepayers. Never did Householder or his associates express any concern about First Energy's nuclear mishaps, its awesome nuclear responsibility, and what really was required to restore operational excellence. If First Energy's plant had exploded and fried everything in its radius in northern Ohio, including my house, Mr. Householder would not have been affected. He lives too far south, as do most co-conspirators to the bribery scheme. Even prevailing winds generally don't blow in their direction. But an explosion would have completely polluted Lake Erie. First Energy itself avoided fraud and criminal indictments by admitting its corporate guilt. Of course, nuclear malfeasance is not on trial, but it should be. Thus far, the court has ordered First Energy to pay an historic $230 million settlement, the largest public fine in Ohio's history. But there were no fines for bigger crimes against the public interest by multiple nuclear endangerments. First Energy's management made huge blunders in nuclear operation. Were it not for the skilled union laborers who 3 times put their lives at risk for our region, nuclear catastrophe along Lake Erie was indeed possible. At least 3 major nuclear incidents have occurred during my lifetime: 1985, 2002, 2003. Davis-Besse plant records document the second and third as the worst nuclear incidents since 3 Mile Island. The ongoing criminal litigation ignores these massive nuclear close calls. Each major nuclear blunder translated into real threats to lives, safety, and health. At what point does our nation say no to a pattern of persistent commercial plant nuclear negligence and abysmal nuclear management? The time is now, as our region tries to pick up the pieces and rebuild advanced nuclear, but not by past standards. The starting point to get effective safety monitoring in these 2 Ohio facilities begins by requesting the federal government's General Accountability Office to perform thorough and independent nuclear safety audits of its aging nuclear facilities. The next step is to require the Nuclear Navy with independent experts to complete thorough engineering analysis of the plant's remaining physical infrastructure. Next, specific individuals who are responsible for criminal activity at First Energy must be identified and barred for life from working or contracting with the U.S. commercial nuclear industry. And we must also identify legal means to restore to ratepayers compensation for their losses. As Admiral Hyman Rickover said, the father of the nuclear Navy, success teaches us nothing, only failure teaches. Let Ohio learn, and let America learn, and let's do it right. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Steele, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to call attention to the Vietnamese government's oppression of political opponents. Last week, the Communist government of Vietnam sentenced Nguyen Long Thang to 6 years in prison for documenting protests and human rights abuses in Vietnam. Thang is a well-known advocate for freedom and Democracy. He's a renowned blogger and contributor to Radio Free Asia. He should not be punished for criticizing communism. This violation of the basic human rights of free expression is unacceptable and shows a worsening human rights situation in Vietnam. According to Human Rights Watch, Vietnamese authorities have convicted at least 163 people since 2018 for exercising their rights to freedom of association or freedom of expression against Vietnam's communist government. I have and will continue to call out the Communist Party of Vietnam for imprisoning journalists, human rights defenders, religious figures, and dissidents in Vietnam. The Chinese Communist Party has expertly influenced their neighbors like Vietnam, hoping we will be silent in the face of these heinous acts. I urge all my colleagues to join me in condemning Vietnam's continued horrific targeting of anyone who dissents from the oppressive communist regime. And I urge Vietnam to release its political prisoners, including Mr. Nguyen, and journalists like Pham Doan Trang. We must come together, proclaim communism as the evil that it is, and show the world that we will defend freedom. Mr. Speaker, today is tax day, the deadline for over 200 million Americans to file their taxes. Over the past year, responsible, hardworking families across the nation created a budget, sacrificed to stick to that budget, and paid what they must by law to the government. Meanwhile, their government spent taxpayers' dollars recklessly, resulting in a national deficit over $31 trillion. That is approximately $250,000 per taxpayer. My friends on the other side of the aisle claim that they would close the gap by raising taxes and hiring an army of 87,000 new IRS agents to increase audits, especially on hard-working families making less than $100,000 a year. Collecting more taxes from hardworking Americans will not fix the federal government's responsibility. While California suffers from the highest income tax rate in the country, the state's reckless spending resulted in a deficit of $22.5 billion. High taxes and reckless spending will not solve our nation's problems. That is why the House of Representatives passed my bill with Representative Adrian Smith to defund the IRS's plan to hire 87,000 new agents. The IRS exists to serve the American people, not target them. More taxes and more spending will only result in a higher deficit and a broken economy that will weigh on the backs of our children and grandchildren. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from the great state of Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary career of a legal giant and civil rights activist, Alabama's first black federal judge, the Honorable U.W. Clemon, who celebrated his 80th birthday on April 9th. A native of Alabama, Judge Clemon was born in 1943. Despite much of his childhood in the segregated school system of Jefferson County, Clemon broke down barriers, graduating as a two-time valedictorian, first at Westfield High School in 1961 and then Miles College in 1965. As a college student, Judge Clemon was a leading voice for civil rights. He marched in countless student demonstrations under the direction of Dr. King and played a pivotal role in the selective buying campaign to boycott segregated stores in downtown Birmingham. Before graduating from Columbia Law School in 1968, Clemon clerked at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, forming a lifelong association serving as local counsel on numerous civil rights lawsuits throughout Alabama. Judge Clemon always understood the importance of the law in the fight for justice and equality. He quickly gained a reputation as an effective and fearless lawyer, taking on Coach Bear Bryant to desegregate the all-white University of Alabama football team. And he took on U.S. Steel Corporation, which led to the desegregation of the American steel industry. By 1974, Judge Clemon took his advocacy to the Alabama state legislature, making history as one of the first two African Americans elected to the Alabama Senate since Reconstruction. His tenure as a pioneering lawmaker and skilled attorney caught the attention of President Jimmy Carter, who appointed then Senator Clemon to serve as Alabama's first black federal judge in 1980. He went on to serve on the federal bench for 30 years until 2009. Judge Clemon was a highly respected jurist inside and outside the courtroom. He was known as fair but tough. He demanded that lawyers before him represented their clients competently and effectively. Judge Clemon served as the Chief Justice for the United States District Court for the Northern District of Alabama from 1999 to 2006. Despite retiring from the bench in 2009, Judge Clemon has remained a vibrant member of the Birmingham legal community, where he continues to practice law, serving the underrepresented, vulnerable, and underserved. He has received numerous awards, holds 3 honorary degrees, 2 street namings, and most recently, an elementary school was named in his honor. On a personal note, Judge Clemon is a trusted advisor, counselor, and loving father figure to me. My most formative legal experience was serving as a law clerk for Judge Clemon after graduating from law school in 1992. I learned so much serving as his law clerk. I learned more about the practice of law and saw firsthand what justice looks like by witnessing him in his courtroom. Sitting with him in his chamber was always an educational experience. The judge tested my knowledge, stretched my legal acumen, challenged my views, and inspired me to be a better lawyer and person. I know that I now serve as Alabama's first black congresswoman because I was blessed by a transformative experience clerking for Alabama's first black federal judge. I want to thank his loving family, his wife of 50 years, Miss Barbara, and his 2 children, Michelle and Isaac, for sharing him with so many of us. I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the 80th birthday and the extraordinary career of an exceptional jurist, lawmaker, public servant, and wonderful counselor, Judge U.W. Clemon, whose life's work stands as a testament to the power of one person to change the world. May the seeds that Judge Clemon has sowed continue to bear fruit for generations to come. Happy birthday, Judge. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fischbach, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Saturday night, Pope County Deputy Sheriff Josh Owen was tragically shot and killed in the line of duty. He and 2 other law enforcement officers were responding to a domestic violence call in Cyrus, Minnesota, when the suspect opened fire. It was his 44th birthday. Deputy Owen spent nearly 12 years with the Sheriff's Office and recently received a Distinguished Service Award for his actions responding to a house fire. He is pictured here with his canine partner, Karma. He was also a military veteran, serving with the Minnesota National Guard and deploying to Iraq for 22 months. Josh leaves behind a wife, Shannon, and a 10-year-old son, Rylan. Those of us with ties to law enforcement who see loved ones risking their lives every day to protect and serve others share their pain. Josh's colleagues placed a squad car on the front lawn of the sheriff's office on Sunday, and the community has made it into a memorial to pay their respects to this outstanding member of the community and show his family how loved he was. Yesterday, there was a procession to bring his body home. Law enforcement agencies from across the state turned out to honor their fallen brother. This is a devastating, heartbreaking reminder that our men and women of law enforcement put their communities above all else every single day. I am praying for Deputy Owens' family and for Polk County and Minnesota law enforcement communities as they mourn the loss of this hero and continue to serve and protect us every day. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise because too often in our schools, the sounds of students talking and lockers clanking in hallways is giving way to silence and violence. Today I rise because deaths that should be covered in gum are too often covered in blood, the blood of students and their teachers. Today I rise because 3 9-year-old children and 3 adults are dead in Tennessee, as well as the person who killed them. Tennessee State Representatives Justin Jones, Justin Pearson, and Gloria Johnson wanted to bring attention to this tragedy. They wanted to honor the victims of the mass shooting at the Covenant School with action instead of insulting their memories with silence. From the floor of the House, they led the public gallery in chants of "No more silence," "We have to do better," and "Gun reform now." Tennessee Republicans were so afraid of this message that they expelled Justin Jones and Justin Pearson, the 2 black representatives, for their actions. These 2 courageous young men knew, as we do, that we cannot wait to be saved from the gun epidemic. They knew there would be more dead. Unfortunately, since the mass shooting in Nashville on March 27th, over 900 additional people were killed by gun violence in our country, 22 in Tennessee alone. It really makes me sick. It makes me livid that we continue to accept the status quo and that we are comfortable living in a country where at any time our friends, our families, our neighbors, even our children and our grandchildren can die a horrible death because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time when the wrong person had a gun. And so we will be judged if we don't act, not only by history, not only by our God, but by our children who will inherit our country with this metastasized gun cancer still attached. I'm a Christian, and as someone who knows and reads and lives Scripture, I can tell you beyond a doubt that the AR-15, the assault rifle, is the golden calf of Washington, D.C. And too many people in the People's House worship this idol and treat it with reverence. However, just like in Scripture, if we continue to worship this idol, the result will be physical and spiritual death. I stand with Representatives Justin Pearson and Justin Jones in saying no more silence. We have to do better. Gun reform now. No more silence. We have to do better. Gun reform now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the House will vote to decide whether to overturn another bad decision by President Biden. His veto of House Joint Resolution 27, which overturned the EPA's and Army Corps of Engineers' overreaching waters of the United States, and yet another rule change to that law, keeps the new expanded definition of WOTUS in place. This change to one of the most abused and litigated federal statutes on the books allows the EPA to regulate every single ditch, every little puddle, every ephemeral stream in America as if they were somehow the Mississippi River or the Sacramento River in my home state. Of course, it's ludicrous, as our nation's commerce, agriculture, and natural beauty are not dependent on a farmer's self-made ditch or irrigation canal or these ephemeral streams. With the expanded WOTUS rule, the federal government can now regulate almost any activity from farming to landscaping that occurs on private property. Treating Americans' private property sacrosanct has been a core principle of this nation for over 2 centuries. Our founders would be horrified to see a United States government agency headquartered here in Washington, D.C., granting itself broad power to regulate every single American on their own land. We've seen the EPA abuse WOTUS before to regulate everything from farming to home building. Ridiculous interpretations on whether you can even plant a fallow field back to a wheat crop that previously had one without a permit that often can take 3 years because there's no motivation from Army Corps or the other regulators to get the job done, and tell the farmer, yes, you may farm your ground the way you did it once before. They sue them for it, they fine them, and basically put them out of business over a farming activity that has occurred. And another example is a couple that's being sued for over WOTUS, and that it's being used as a weapon to prevent a married couple from building their dream home near the shore of a lake, all within the rules. I guarantee you, when the Clean Water Act, when the entire Environmental Protection Act were passed in the early 70s by this Congress, they did not have the intent, nor would they have gotten away with passing legislation that would have been so far-reaching as this. These are about, yes, clean water. They were about protecting species and some of the habitat for them. Not every possible piece of ground in the world that might host one, even though they don't currently. They would not have been able to pass it this Congress because people would have run them out of here on a rail. Yet, through court interpretations over time, rulemaking, guidances, this is where we've gotten to. The administration and the previous Democrat administration have been hyper-aggressive on putting waters of the United States rules in place that have little to do with the measurement used to be if it was a navigable stream. Well, navigable used to mean you could actually drive a boat up and down that particular river or what have you. Now, if you can float a rubber duck in it for a half hour after a rain in a pond or a stream or what have you, then they seem to believe that should be a good enough definition for navigable waterways. It's ridiculous, and with the increasing costs of food to Americans and less food choices on our shelves, even empty shelves in this country, this is the move they make to restore to previous aggressive limits the waters of the United States and take away the ability to farm our products already safely, already reliably, already ecologically sound. This is not needed under the Biden interpretation or the previous Obama interpretation. These are property rights and these are land rights that are a cornerstone of our country's founding. And indeed, it's a way to take more control and put Washington, D.C. and put bureaucrats in greater charge of things that used to be good rural issues, rural values that are keeping food on the table for Americans, thereby positioning us to be independent of having to import food, keeping us strong. Food is strategic. Food is a security issue. And we're seeing our security dissipate rapidly under the weight of crazy regulations like this and others that are so negatively affecting our ability to produce energy in this country. WOTUS is used to stop that too. If we don't produce our own energy, what are we going to import more of it from the Saudis or other areas? We've seen these embargoes twice in our past. It doesn't work very well. Energy is the core for everything in a civilized society. As we see our energy dissipating in domestic production,
Gentleman's time
we're
has
seeing
expired.
the high cost of everything. So WOTUS needs to be repealed, and I hope the House does that today. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. And still I rise as a proud, unbought, unbossed, unafraid, liberated Democrat. And I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in the name of liberty and justice for all. Liberty and justice for all. Not the name of liberty and justice for people of color, for people who happen to be of a different hue, but in the name of liberty and justice for all, and more specifically, in the name of liberty and justice for Ralph Yarl and Kaylin Gillis. I rise in the name of liberty and justice for them because, Mr. Speaker, our country should be in mourning today. 2 lives were needlessly lost, and they were not persons with any great notoriety, persons who happened to have been congresspersons or persons who were holding some prominent position in society. They were not persons who were out in Hollywood making motion pictures. These were ordinary citizens who lost their lives, and we ought to be in mourning. We ought to be in mourning because the young man who lost his life was ringing a doorbell. His sin was he was ringing a doorbell. He was a person of color, yes. Apparently, according to at least one statement by an official, there's something to do here with race. But he was ringing a doorbell, and he was shot twice, once in the head. The young woman that I speak of was white. She went into the wrong driveway and she was shot. Is this where we are in this country? People are going to be killed for ringing the wrong doorbell, going to be murdered for pulling up in a driveway, innocently, I might add. Is this where we are? We ought to be in mourning today. These lives matter. We ought not allow this to happen without some sort of special occasion, something that speaks to them, some sort of way of commemorating this. We have gotten to the point now where these 2 lives are just 2 other lives lost, just 2 other people. Tomorrow there'll be more, and the day after that even more. What is wrong with us? Cannot we see where we're headed? You stand on the eve of destruction and don't know it. We're going to destroy ourselves. Mr. Speaker, we have the power to do something about this. We cannot allow constitutional carry, meaning just get a gun. You don't have to take any sort of test. You don't have to prove that you are a person who can manage this level of lethality. You can buy a gun because you have the money to buy it. And then only God knows what you'll do with it. I'm not contending that I know the history of these 2 persons. That's not it. But I am saying to you that if we don't get a handle on what we're doing with this level of lethality by placing these weapons in the hands of people willy-nilly, we're going to see more of this. And it can be your child next. Do not assume that it cannot happen to you. It could be your daughter. These were the children of somebody, and they deserved life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am totally, completely, and absolutely antithetical to this notion of constitutional carry, where you can just buy a gun because you have the money to buy it. We ought to have red flag laws in this country. We ought to be able to decide whether or not we're going to allow people to have lethality that can, in a moment's notice, take tens of lives. Gun manufacturers ought to be held accountable for placing this level of lethality within the communities. At some point, gun manufacturers are going to lose this immunity they have to being held accountable. The Congress never should have given it to them. This is a sad day in the history of this country. 2 people, doesn't matter about their color, 2 people killed because they happen to be in the wrong place in the presence of persons with lethality. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we are observing the second annual celebration of Faith Month. Concerned Women for America and other sponsors are encouraging legislators across our country to give public display of our personal faith freely and openly. And what a great exercise this is. Of course, even though there is a dangerous trend today to discourage the display or the depiction or exercise of our faith in the public square, certainly there's a move to keep religion out of politics and to rigidly enforce the so-called separation of church and state. The founders of this country would have certainly supported our efforts here today. Indeed, this common misunderstanding about the separation concept is an important one. It's one that's useful for us to address, and I think today's a good day to do it. In fact, it's one of my favorite subjects. It's a topic that I've debated and written and taught university courses on for about 25 years, about a quarter century. For 2 of those decades, I was in the courts defending religious freedom cases, and I learned during that time that I really believe that this is among the most misunderstood subjects in our entire culture. See, most people today who insist upon a rigid separation of church and state are unaware that that phrase derives not from the Constitution itself, of course, but from a personal letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote to the Danbury Baptist Association in 1802. He explained that, quote, because religion is a matter that lies solely between man and his God, the language of the First Amendment is a vital safeguard of our rights of conscience. See, Jefferson said he revered, this is another quote, that act of the whole American people which declared that their legislature should make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state. That's what he wrote in his letter to the Danbury Baptist. But Jefferson clearly did not mean that metaphorical wall was to keep religion from influencing issues of civil government. To the contrary, it was meant to keep the federal government from impeding the religious practice of citizens. The founders wanted to protect the church from an encroaching state, not the other way around. The majority of the founders, having personally witnessed the abuses of the Church of England, were determined to prevent the official establishment of any single national denomination or religion. Of course, we know that. But here's the point. They very deliberately listed religious liberty, the free exercise of religion, as the first freedom protected in the Bill of Rights because they wanted, here's the key, they wanted everyone to freely live out their faith, as that would ensure a robust presence of moral virtue in the public square and the free marketplace of ideas. Volumes written on this subject, on this topic, can be summarized probably best and most concisely by reference to the sentiments of our first 2 presidents. In his historic farewell address, President George Washington, of course, famously said, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to our political prosperity, religion and morality are the indispensable supports. Our second president, John Adams, came next, and he said, our Constitution is made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. What these 2 founders and their fellow patriots all understood from history was that there are many important rules and practices that can help build and sustain a healthy republic, but the key and the essential foundation of a system of government like ours must be a common commitment among the citizenry to the principles of religion and morality. See, the founders acknowledged in the Declaration the self-evident truths that all men are created equal and that God gives all men the same inalienable rights. However, they knew that in order to maintain a government of the people, by the people, for the people, as Lincoln later articulated, in this nation under God, that those inalienable rights must be exercised in a responsible manner. They thus believed in liberty that is legitimately constrained by a common sense of morality and a healthy fear of the Creator who granted all men our rights. The founders understood that all men are fallen and that power corrupts. They also knew that no amount of institutional checks and balances or decentralization of power in civil authorities would be sufficient to maintain a just government if the men in charge had no fear of eternal judgment by a power higher than their temporal institutions. See, a free society and a healthy republic depend upon religious and moral virtue, not only because those convictions in the minds and hearts of the people make it possible to preserve their essential freedoms by emphasizing and inspiring individual responsibility and self-sacrifice and the dignity of hard work, the rule of law, civility, patriotism, the value of family and community, and the sanctity of every single human life. They knew that this would be important, and without these virtues, indispensably supported by religion and morality, every nation will ultimately fail. Inscribed on the third panel of the Jefferson Memorial here in Washington is a sobering reminder to every American. It says, quote, "God who gave us life gave us liberty.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Can the liberties of a nation be preserved without it? This is a great time to observe our faith. We should never back down." I thank CWA, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in opposition to H.R. 734, a bill that chooses politics over protecting our children, specifically our trans children. With all the challenges we are facing as a country, with all the challenges so many working and middle-class families are facing, it is astonishing that we are here debating legislation that seeks to target our children. I intentionally say our children because I do believe, as legislators, we should be concerned about every child in America, whether they live in a red or blue state, urban or rural community, and however they choose to identify. Yet Republicans, not just in this body, but in legislatures across the country, have set their mark on trans children. And when we speak of trans children, by most estimates, we are talking about 300,000 people in a country of 331 million, even fewer who participate in school sports. Just think about that. With all the power bestowed upon us, upon this august institution, Republicans are choosing to use that might to prevent trans children from participating in sports. And they do so instead of working with Democrats to provide tangible solutions to the challenges that so many Americans are facing. Why are we not voting today to make permanent the expanded child tax credit, which lifted 2.9 million children out of poverty? Why are we not voting today on legislation that would make pre-K available to all families, and in doing so, alleviate one of the most significant burdens that working parents face each and every day? Why are Republicans not focusing on these issues, debating and voting on real change for the majority of American families? And this week, Republicans will talk constantly about protecting our children. Yet they won't work to solve the gun violence epidemic that we have in our country, an epidemic that continues to be a stain on each and every one of us. We have to acknowledge the complete absurdity that Republicans are more comfortable sending their children to school to participate in active shooter trainings than they are having their children play alongside a trans teammate. The leading cause of death of children in this country, in our country, is gun violence. Yet Republicans are here trying to prevent trans children from participating in sports. The GOP title of this bill is Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2023. But have we not asked ourselves about the children that this bill seeks to target? Who's protecting them? When will we remember that we show our true strength by concerning ourselves with the most vulnerable amongst us? We are supposed to be the ones who are guided by President Lincoln's encouragement to have faith that right makes might. Being on the side of those who others seek to marginalize is the right side of history and shows true strength. And on the topic of strength, let me be clear about one thing. Every single trans individual in this country who continues to be their true and authentic self in the face of constant bigotry and hate has more strength and courage than anyone who chooses to vote for this bill. As the book of John reminds us, if anyone has material possessions and sees a brother or sister in need but has no pity on them, how can the love of God be in that person? Dear children, let us not love with words or speech, but with actions and in truth. As a father, I know that the single greatest gift we can give our children is the love, support, and encouragement they need to be the truest and most authentic version of who they are. Because we, as adults, know that this life is hard, and that giving our kids that support is the least we can do. But instead of trying to make life just a little easier, especially for those individuals who have found the bravery to be open about who they are. Republicans are trying to put out their inner light by making them feel different, by ostracizing them from their peers. As I've said before and will say so long as it needs to be said, I love every single trans individual in this country because they are my brothers, my sisters, my neighbors, and are my fellow Americans. This bill is wrong. Targeting the trans community is wrong, and I won't stand for it. I am a no on H.R. 734 and urge all my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the 2023 graduating class of the College of Osteopathic Medicine at Touro University, Nevada. This week is National Osteopathic Medicine Week, and I cannot think of a better way to celebrate than by highlighting the incredible success of our future doctors of osteopathic medicine. Not only did these graduates receive a 100% residency match rate, but I'm also proud to say that 50 of them will be staying in Nevada. In Nevada, where they will help fill critical health care needs in our state by helping combat our dire shortage of physicians. Nevada ranks 48th in the nation in doctors per capita. These future healthcare providers will fill in the gaps across our healthcare system, from family medicine and pediatrics to emergency medicine, neurology, and psychiatry. Too many Nevadans in rural and underserved communities do not have access to specialists in their area, which significantly restricts their ability to access healthcare services. I am so proud that these doctors will be filling those critical needs, and I congratulate Touro University. I rise today to celebrate the Nevada Air National Guard for their 75 years of service to Nevada and the entire country. In that time, our service members have supported national security, combat operations, and humanitarian efforts across the globe. The Nevada Air National Guard began as a small fighter squadron comprised of World War II-era P-51 Mustangs, but its units have since evolved, flying in the Korean War, aerial reconnaissance throughout the Cold War, and numerous deployments in Afghanistan and Iraq. But here at home in Nevada, the Air National Guard has also carried out significant humanitarian operations such as Operation Haylift, a daring supply drop to farmers and miners trapped by winter storms in 1948. And today, the Air National Guard is perhaps best known for its continued use of our military's workforce, the C-130, which, among other impressive capabilities, has been routinely deployed for firefighting operations with the U.S. Forest Service. In 2021 alone, the Air National Guard made 331 flights, dropping more than 8 million pounds of fire retardant to help contain wildfires, preserve our public lands, and save lives. Looking ahead, I look forward to work with the Nevada National Guard on their priorities, including a well-deserved upgrade to their fleet of C-130s as they make an even better 75 years ahead. From Carson City to Reno and the 232nd Combat Training Squadron at Nellis Air Force Base, thank you again to everyone who has made Nevada's Air Guard strong for the past 75 years. Our state and country are safer because of it. Madam Speaker, I rise today on the frightening recent developments concerning the personal freedoms of millions of Americans. A single judge in Texas has dramatically restricted decades-long access to safe and effective abortion medication in all 50 states. Anti-choice extremists have made it clear that this is not the end. They did not stop at overturning Roe v. Wade. They will not stop at preventing women from accessing FDA-approved medications like mifepristone, and they made it clear about their intention to restrict, control, and ban a woman's right to choose with federal legislation. From the courts to Congress, a woman's right to choose is under attack. But we will not be intimidated, and I'm doing everything in my power to stop this. My home state of Nevada, where voters decided by a 2-to-1 margin in 1990 to protect a woman's right to choose, and just last fall voted to reject the extremist politicians leading this crusade to ban abortion nationwide, has made it clear where it stands. And I've made it clear that I'm here to represent my district and my state. Last week, I joined hundreds of my pro-choice colleagues in signing on to an amicus brief that has been filed with the Supreme Court, asking the court to reverse the Texas judge's radical decision. I'm not giving up, and neither should you. I support choice. The majority of Nevadans support choice, and the majority of Americans support choice.
Time has expired.
It's time for Congress and the courts to do the same. And with that, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am the only Democrat congressperson from Tennessee. So in some ways, I represent the entire state on issues of concern to Democrats and people of progress. Tennessee and New York, unfortunately, have been shameful in their conduct recently in the way they relate to government and the lack of the way they relate to meaningful gun reform to protect our citizens from mass shootings. In Tennessee, there was the Tennessee Three legislators who went to the well to protest the fact that after a murder, a terrorist act killing 6 citizens at the Covenant Presbyterian Church, there was no response from the supermajority Republicans in the General Assembly, nor at the time from the Republican governor. They went to the well while the galleries were full of people protesting the lax gun reform laws or gun laws in Tennessee, to protest and say we should have some gun laws to protect our children and to protect people all over our country who are victims of mass shootings. They expelled 2 of the members and tried to expel 3 for simply raising an issue that otherwise would not be raised by a supermajority that was favored by a majority of the people in Tennessee by far. Red flag laws. No more weapons of war being sold. The weapons that people use to do mass shootings at Covenant Presbyterian Church, in Louisville at the bank, and almost everywhere where there are mass shootings in this country. That was shameful for the Tennessee General Assembly to try to expel 3 and to expel 2, and not to take up gun reform. The governor later Governor Lee took up gun reform and said he was for red flag laws. But a red flag law was proposed this week and didn't even get a motion or a second. In New York, the House Judiciary Committee adjourned to New York, or recessed there, to have a hearing yesterday, allegedly concerning a state official, the DA, Mr. Bragg, and his record that they called pro-crime and anti-victim. What they really went to New York to do was to act as Donald Trump's public relations firm and defense firm, something the United States Congress is not empowered to do for any individual, not empowered to do to go into another jurisdiction where federalization laws say that the states have their own prosecutors and the federal government is not supposed to go in and ask for information that they could then give to the defense, and attack Mr. Bragg. The facts were well pointed out that New York is a safe city and safer than most of the major cities in Mr. Jordan, the chairman's state of Ohio. They attacked Mr. Bragg and said he was supported by George Soros. What does that have in common with Tennessee? The people they went after were minorities. Mr. Bragg, the first African-American elected DA in the borough of Manhattan, and in Tennessee, the 2 youngest members of the General Assembly who happened to be African-American, a minority group by far in Tennessee and the Tennessee General Assembly. They accused Mr. Bragg of being supported by George Soros, which he was, but we know that's a trope for anti-Semitism. So they go after minority religion, minority DA, and try to appeal to their base and try to help Donald Trump. That's shameful as well. Shame on the Judiciary Committee of this House. Shame on the General Assembly of Tennessee. Do your job, protect your citizens, pass meaningful laws to restrict weapons of war, impose red flag laws so we can stop people from committing crimes, mass murders in this country, which has become too commonplace, and uplift our political dialogue to where we don't attack minorities to get away with really obfuscating our real purpose, which is supporting Donald Trump, who committed the two worst crimes in this country, or two of the worst crimes in this country. One, trying to steal the 2020 election and telling people it was a steal fraudulently and getting campaign contributions. And two, in 2016, if Mr. Bragg is right, in covering up payments to a porn star to win the 2016 election illegally. Now, the worst crime in New York was 9/11, but there was a thing called the Central Park Five. 5 black youths who were alleged and convicted of killing a jogger in Central Park. This was back, I think, it was in the 20th century. Mr. Trump took out full-page newspaper ads in 3 papers and said all those 5 should get the death penalty. They got sentences. They didn't get the death penalty. But later they were exonerated when it was shown that somebody else committed the crimes. But not after they spent 41 years in prison, an average of 8 years apiece, and not after the state had to pay $41 million for their time in prison. Did Donald Trump apologize? No, he doesn't apologize.
Time is expired.
Shameful.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Today, most merciful God, we remember those 6 million Jews and other minorities who cried to you, fearing that in the face of the horrendous genocide of the Holocaust, you had forsaken them. For years, you seemed so far from saving them, so distant from their cries of anguish. And yet, amidst the horrific experiences, the heartbreak of innocent lives lost, the threat of torture and cruel suffering, nevertheless, they held on fast to you and to their Jewish faith. They did not disavow their divine heritage, even in the face of death. Even now, as the Jewish community recites Kaddish for generations lost, they proclaim their belief in the sun, even when it isn't shining. Use then this annual commemoration to inspire in us such faith in the face of adversity. But at the same time, remind us, warn us, how seductive is the desire for power, how natural the inclination toward hate, how insidious the culpability of apathy. Lead us not into the hands of our enemies, neither allow us to perpetuate or ignore the injustice to our neighbor. Remind us that you will not forsake your people. You will not hide your face from us. For in you do we find strength to live justly. In you do we find reason to live rightly. In your most holy and merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Balderson.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
To address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a former female athlete, mother of 2 daughters who are athletes, lifelong runner, and former coach of girls' sports teams. This week, we will vote on a bill to protect women in girls' sports. I led a similar bill in the Virginia Senate and look forward to supporting this measure in the U.S. House. I feel passionately about this issue and want to convey how important it is to protect women's sports for future generations. This bill is not about discriminating against any group of people, but rather protecting the benefits of allowing biological girls to push themselves and bond over a shared physical goal. Allowing women to excel in a physical activity promotes teamwork, sportsmanship, and self-confidence. Women's sports offer opportunities for young girls to discover their strengths and teach them that hard work pays off. Title IX protected these opportunities and allowed young women in this country to compete and win in fair fields of play. Biological men and women are physically different and should be respected for those differences. Failing to acknowledge these differences takes away opportunities for girls and women to succeed on the playing field. We cannot allow for this to happen. I'm proud to support the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, and I strongly urge all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise today again in the name of liberty and justice for all, more specifically, liberty and justice for Ralph Yarl and Kaylin Gillis, as promised in our Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Speaker, earlier today in making a floor speech concerning these 2 persons who are victims of gun violence, I incorrectly indicated that both lost their lives. Miraculously, Mr. Yarl did not lose his life, for which I am grateful and for which I want to make the record clear. I want persons to know that if I make a mistake, I'm going to correct my mistake in the same venue where I made it. I made a mistake, and I'm grateful that I've had the opportunity to correct it. And I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of legislation I'm introducing today, a balanced budget amendment to the U.S. Constitution. This is the first bill I'm introducing as a member of Congress, and it's because I believe that we need to get our fiscal house in order, as it's the issue of our time. For the first time ever, we risk passing off to our kids and grandkids a country with fewer opportunities and less freedoms than the ones we inherited. And our out-of-control debt is the reason why. What was a problem a decade ago is quickly becoming a full-blown crisis. We didn't get into this mess because anyone thinks that the path that we're on is sustainable. We got here because Congress has lacked the political will to do anything about it. And that's why we need to fundamentally reform how this place operates in order to get the outcomes that Americans deserve. States across America are required to balance their books. In Indiana, we make responsible spending choices and exercise fiscal discipline every single day. It's high time we brought that same Hoosier common sense to Washington. And a balanced budget amendment is the way to do it. So I encourage my colleagues to support my legislation and join me in the fight to restore fiscal responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, day in and day out, our dedicated letter carriers and postal workers deliver to America for America. But processing and delivering the mail should never leave these workers stranded, threatened, or at risk of losing their lives. However, that's what appears to have happened during a massive winter storm that hit Buffalo and western New York in December. After numerous personal accounts of unsafe conditions for postal employees, we are calling on the Office of Inspector General in coordination with the Occupational Safety and Health Administration to investigate. Whether emergencies happen, especially in Buffalo in the wintertime, we need a clear process to protect America's postal workers when they do. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, the American people voted for a Republican-led House majority to reverse course from the failures of the Pelosi-led House of the 116th Congress. In just the first 100 days, House Republicans have kept our promises by passing the Parents' Bill of Rights and the Rein-In Inflation Act, repealing funding for Biden's IRS Army, and unleashing American energy with H.R. 1 while preserving our SPR and protecting it from China. We've also restored the People's House back to its rightful owners and ensured our colleagues show up for work by ending proxy voting, held government accountable, defended life, and forced the president to end the COVID national emergency once and for all. As a catalyst for these results and continued victories, we've secured the most transparent, open, and member-driven rules package in the House's history. Change has come to the People's House, and it's here to stay. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition.
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the world is confronting an unprecedented food security crisis. The World Food Program reports that a record 349 million people across 79 countries face acute food insecurity. The COVID-19 pandemic flattened economies, fractured supply chains, and caused huge spikes in inflation. Then came Russia's invasion of Ukraine, one of the world's most important breadbaskets. But during Global Child Nutrition Month, I'm not just hopeful that tackling these challenges is possible, I am confident that we can. That's because the U.S. government, our farmers, and NGOs have responded to the crisis with historic investments, expanding global food, nutrition, and agricultural programs, including Food for Peace, McGovern-Dole, Feed the Future, USAID's nutrition, maternal, and child health programs, and the Bill Emerson Humanitarian Trust. It's easy to turn on the news and become overwhelmed. But the U.S. has not only been ready to provide support to those who are hungry, we've been at the forefront. Each of these proven programs deserves our support, and I call upon my colleagues to increase funding for these programs in the annual appropriations bills. There are lives in the balance. We can end hunger now. I yield back.
For what purposes, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to pay tribute to my dear friend, Delaware County Sheriff Russ Martin, who officially retired this week from his post as Delaware County Sheriff after nearly 34 years of dedicated public service and law enforcement. Sheriff Martin first began his career in law enforcement as a dispatcher while attending Bowling Green State University. He later became a police officer for the city of Delaware and then served 8 years as the city's chief of police. In 2012, he was first appointed to the Delaware County Sheriff. As Delaware County Sheriff, he added police body cameras, restored the department's cold case unit, and advocated for life-saving equipment to empower citizens and to support first responders. Fitting for a man who teaches courses on leadership and ethics, Sheriff Martin's own legacy is one marked by compassion, integrity, and devotion. On behalf of the Ohio's 12th Congressional District, I would like to wish Sheriff Martin the very best as he embarks on new adventures alongside his loving family. As a grandfather, father, husband, volunteer, and champion for law enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Cal State Fullerton's president, Fran Vergy, and his spouse and partner of 37 years, Julie. And I congratulate both of them on their upcoming retirement after more than 5 years at Cal State Fullerton. As president of Cal State Fullerton, the largest university today in California, Fran and his great partner, Julie, have been part of the Titan community. Under both their leaderships, Cal State Fullerton is today the largest university in California and is #1 in graduating women in California. And today, Cal State Fullerton is the #4 best bang for your buck university in the United States. Before coming to Cal State Fullerton, Fran served as Executive Vice Chancellor, General Counsel, and Secretary to the Board of Trustees of the Cal State University system. Before coming to Cal State University, Fran was a partner at O'Melveny and Meyer. Fran and Julie are involved in a lot of nonprofits, and they both founded and have supported the Yambi Rwanda, a nonprofit dedicated to improving the lives of Rwandans. Congratulations, President Fran Vergy and Julie, on your retirement. I'm sure it's not going to be your retirement. And as a Cal State Fullerton alumni, I'm proud to consider you both very good friends. Go Titans.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to recognize Yom HaShoah, a solemn day where people of all faiths have come together to honor the over 6 million Jews who lost their lives during the Holocaust. Today, we remember the atrocities committed by Nazi Germany and reaffirm our commitment to never forget the lessons of one of the darkest chapters in human history. It's also a day to recognize the survivors who have borne witness to the horrors of genocide and who have shown us the strength of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable evil. It is our responsibility to ensure that future generations learn the lessons of the Holocaust. We must teach our children a full and accurate history so that these acts of hate and intolerance never happen again. As we observe Holocaust Remembrance Day, let's honor the memory of those who perished, celebrate the resilience of those who survived, and recommit ourselves to creating a world where hate and intolerance have no place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have now concluded 100 days of Congress, and yet my colleagues across the aisle can continue to prioritize political grievances, political theater, to the cost of the American people. Many are more concerned about policing women's and girls' bodies than they are about protecting the lives of all American citizens. The recent attempt to deny women access to FDA-approved medication because of its use in medical abortions is yet another attack on Americans' personal freedom. This week, H.R. 734, coming to the floor, is a threat to young girls across this nation and their right to privacy. The GOP claim that they are taking action to protect our children, yet they fail to address one of the greatest threats to our children, gun violence. This weekend in my home of the Virgin Islands, gun violence riddled our streets, taking the lives of young people in a place that does not manufacture guns, has strict gun laws, and yet most of the guns that are confiscated in these actions are brought in illegally from places that do not have strict gun laws. Instead of pursuing an agenda aimed at violating Americans' rights, please, my colleagues across the aisle, let's work on protecting Americans' right to life outside the womb. I strongly urge my Republican colleagues to reevaluate their priorities for the sake of the American people. I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a minute to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to recognize the life of Charles Vernon Parker of Austin, Texas, as known as Charlie to his friends and family. Over the last 3 decades, Charlie Parker has been a leader in the business community in construction, real estate, and many other areas. Charlie's companies have completed massive projects across the United States, providing jobs and opportunities to dozens of Americans. Beyond Charlie's vast accomplishments in the business world, he has been one of our nation's greatest advocates and leaders in the area of drug and alcohol addiction recovery. As a person in long-term recovery, Charlie has been clean and sober since 1984, and in the 3 decades since has traveled the world with his wife and best friend Katie as one of the most sought-after addiction recovery motivational speakers. Today, thousands of men across the world attribute their freedom from addiction to Charlie Parker. Charlie Parker served on the board of directors of Austin Recovery and was a large benefactor of dozens of charitable organizations and is an active member of the Christian Church. Recently diagnosed with a terminal illness, Mr. Parker is spending his final chapter still actively working with the men he mentors and being a force of God and a force for good every day in our nation, as well as spending time with his loved ones, his daughters Sadie and Grace, his grandchildren, and his loving wife Katie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to commemorate the life of Charles Vernon Parker. And thank you, Charlie, for a life well lived. I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Woodbridge High School JROTC robotics team, which is competing in the JROTC National Championship in Dallas. In its very first year of existence, this team has already earned an invitation to compete against teams across the country. After a season of climbing the rankings, quickly learning about the skills needed to win, and placing in statewide competitions, their hard work has paid off. Woodbridge High's team is the only JROTC VEX robotics team in the entire Commonwealth. Today, they are not only making Woodbridge proud, but they're making all Virginians proud. These Virginia cadets overcame the odds. Their determination, their innovation, and their ability to rise above adversity makes them fierce competitors, and it puts them on a pathway to success as future leaders of our communities, our Commonwealth, and our country. These results are a testament to Virginia's JROTC students, their instructors, and their parents. Congratulations and best of luck to these Vikings at Nationals. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 50 years ago, Syracuse University made a commitment to high school students to help prepare them for college. It also made a commitment to educators to help them continue to grow in their profession. And it made a commitment to the education community as a whole to continue important research. The Syracuse University Project Advance is an enhanced concurrent enrollment project that is serving over 200 other partner schools. It has helped more than 750 educators become Syracuse University adjuncts. We celebrate 50 years of the Syracuse University Project Advance program today. As a supporter of choice in education, I applaud SU for their continued efforts locally to provide programs that give students access to the tools necessary for their careers and prepare them for college. The Syracuse University Project Advance increases dialogue between major local university and our local high schools. It offers innovative courses, and it allows students the option to stay local and be prepared for the next chapters in their life right in their hometowns. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. Today I would like to honor the memory of Miles Isbell. Today would have been Miles' 12th birthday. At the age of 9, Miles was diagnosed with brain cancer. While undergoing treatment, he refused to stop living his life to the fullest extent possible. He stayed active at school while undergoing treatment. He became a real-life trooper and an outspoken candidate for cancer research, while in one night raising $3 million for the cancer research facility. Last September, the players on the San Francisco Giants baseball team wore pediatric cancer bracelets in Miles' honor. They brought him to several games, and he was able to meet several of the team's star players. Miles had a tenacity that few of us could match. Despite the difficulty of his diagnosis and treatments, he never uttered once the word cancer. Indeed, this hat says, "Smiles for Miles." Sadly, he passed away on October 21st of 2022. The mark he left behind is indelible. He touched many lives. He showed everyone around him what courage and strength in the face of darkness looks like. May we honor his memory and remember his bravery. Miles is now resting peacefully in the arms of the Lord. We in Northern California mourn his passing. He will be missed every day. I can think of no better person to honor on this floor. I yield back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House in 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I was grateful to join with Speaker Kevin McCarthy and other Republican colleagues in addressing the media to mark the first 100 days of a House majority and to present success with the commitment to America. This includes a strong economy, a nation that is safe, a future built on freedom, and an accountable government. Highlights so far include defunding Joe Biden's army of 87,000 IRS agents, eliminating the military vaccine mandate, establishing the bipartisan committee to strengthen America against the Chinese Communist Party, the protecting of American Strategic Petroleum Reserve, passing the Parents' Bill of Rights, also passing the Lower Energy Cost Act. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism as it continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. America supports the people of Russia, oppressed by war criminal Putin, and as we see by the persecution of Vladimir Kara-Murza, which has been exposed by today's Washington Post, in that he is fighting for a free Russia. We shall remember Vladimir Kara-Murza. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution H-Res 298 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 13, House Resolution 298. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 734 to amend the Education Amendments Act of 1972 to provide that for purposes of determining compliance with Title IX of such act, in athletics, sex shall be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, now printed in the bill, it shall be in order to consider as an original bill for the purpose of amendment under the 5-minute rule, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-3. That amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read. All points of order against that amendment in the nature of a substitute are waived. No amendment to that amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. Any member may demand a separate vote in the House on any amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole to the bill or to the amendment in the nature of a substitute made in order as original text. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 42, disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their respective designees. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit if otherwise in order.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, pending which I yield myself as much time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
H.Res. 298 provides for consideration of 2 measures, H.R. 734 and H.J.Res. 42. The rule provides for H.R. 734, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, to be considered under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 42, disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council in approving the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022 under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability or their designees. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying pieces of legislation. The Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act would reaffirm the principle of fairness and the opportunity within Title IX by specifying that sex shall be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth. I'm going to say something I never thought I would have to say on the House floor, in Congress, or anywhere for that matter, but here it is. Women and men are different. That's not meant to be controversial, mean-spirited, outlandish, or anything other than the factual statement it is. But perhaps I can be more specific, Mr. Speaker. Women and men are physically different. Women and men have different physical characteristics, and that's okay. That's why Title IX exists, to ensure that despite these differences, women and men have the same opportunities. Saying women and men are different does not lack empathy for people who struggle with their identity. But because some people struggle with their identity should not, does not, change facts. And speaking of the facts, I'd be remiss if I did not include some for the House to consider. Specifically in the context of athletics, one study coming from the Duke University School of Law's Center for Sports Law and Policy. They note the various differences between male and female athletes leads to a 10 to 12% performance gap between the sexes in athletic competition. Mr. Speaker, I would like to submit for the record the results of this study.
Without objection.
Now we will hear that this bill is a distraction or that it does nothing to address school safety issues, but I couldn't disagree more. We've seen women, strong women, Women like Riley Gaines speak to the real harm female athletes experience from the issues we're discussing today. For those who don't know, Riley is a former college athlete as a swimmer, just like my own girls at home who are swimmers. I had the chance to speak with Riley just last week. She shared stories on how this problem has been branded from the left as taking away inclusiveness, when in reality it's taking away opportunities from our female athletes. Women are becoming collateral damage. Riley told me stories about her competitor, a biological male, sharing locker rooms and showers with teammates, and how a year later, one teammate who was quiet at the time wrote letters to her about how the experience still traumatizes her. Riley also shared a story of how when that same biological male competitor won, she was asked to step away from the medal podium photo. The sport she loved had been reduced to a photo op. That's not progress. It's quite the opposite. Riley reminded me that her story is not unique. In fact, I have a list provided by Concerned Women for America where they've documented over 100 instances of women needing the type of protection that H.R. 734 would provide. So what do we know after all of this debate? We know that women and girls like Riley have to face legitimate safety and privacy concerns associated with sharing locker rooms with competitors of the opposite sex. Women and girls have to face physical safety concerns. For example, there's a story of a biological male in North Carolina participating in women's volleyball. This biological male spiked the ball so forcefully into the face of a female competitor that he seriously injured the young girl and caused lasting damage to her. Or the story of Tamika Brents, an MMA fighter who had her skull fractured and a concussion within 2 minutes of fighting a transitioned fighter, Fallon Fox. Women and girls have to face the lack of a level playing field and stolen opportunities that come with it. As Riley speaks to so eloquently, the fact that these biological men steal championships and associated opportunities from women, and she would know. Prior to transitioning, Leah Thomas, her competitor, was ranking in the mid-500s in the men's competition. But after transitioning and competing against biological women, finished first. If this does not illustrate the unfairness of allowing biological males to compete in women's sports, I don't know what will. Women who are Olympians and college All-Americans, we've also have to face the fact that biological men competing in sports meant for women and girls has the effect of discouraging them. These sports that are meant for women and girls, having to compete with men does act as discouraging. Because now they must face inherent unfairness of competing against biological men. We know that sports participation has incredible positive benefits for participants, both from a physical but also from a mental health perspective. And since this phenomenon of biological men participating in women's sports is relatively new, it is a problem that will only continue to get worse if we don't act to stand up on their behalf. Speaking of problems that will get worse if we don't act, I want to turn now to H.J. Res. 42. This resolution would disapprove of the District of Columbia's Council's Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022. Plain and simple, H.J. Res. 42 is about backing the blue. In January of this year, the D.C. Council passed the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Amendment Reform Act, effectively making the job of our police officers even harder. And Mayor Bowser declined to sign or veto it, which allowed it to continue in the process, ultimately reaching here, the Congress, for disapproval. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record 4 letters of support for H.J. Res. 42, disapproving of the D.C. Council's decision. 1 from the National Fraternal Order of Police, 1 from the National Association of Police Organizations, 1 from the United States Capitol Police Labor Committee, and finally 1 from the Commonwealth of Virginia's Attorney General.
Without objection.
It is this last letter from Virginia's Attorney General that I think makes an important point. Quoting directly from the letter, "Unfortunately, due to the proximity of our communities, D.C.'s crime problem has become Virginia's problem. What happens in the nation's capital certainly has consequences for our neighboring communities, but I'd also argue that it has consequences across the country. The decisions made here often affect decisions around the country and in other major cities. Therefore, we must think carefully when we review legislation that would allow outside groups to target individual officers and make it more difficult for those officers to do their jobs. We certainly don't want that to catch on. D.C., as of this month compared to last year, has had total crime rise 23%, seen homicides increase by 31%, and sexual abuse crimes rise a staggering 84%. Why would we be trying to implement measures alienating law enforcement officers? It's beyond me. We should be doing everything we can to show law enforcement officers that we stand with them, especially in areas where crime is on the rise and out of control. We should make it easier, not harder, for them to do their jobs. I urge my colleagues to support this rule. Our female athletes and police officers here in the nation's capital and around the nation. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I also thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, today we consider a rule for two bills that do not address the most pressing issues in our country. Over the last 2 weeks in New Mexico, I spent my time in my beautiful large district in classrooms, meeting with healthcare providers, learning from tribal leaders, talking to students and their parents. They shared their worries about poor access to healthcare, about affordable housing, about their worries about whether we were going to target Social Security and Medicare in this House. They talked to me about the epidemic of gun violence. Let's talk about that epidemic. There have been at least 145 mass shootings so far this year. 145 mass shootings. So more kids die from gun violence than from any other cause. And Americans want Congress to pass meaningful gun safety laws so our kids can be safe and cared for in our schools. So what are we getting out of the Education Committee? We're getting books, book banning, and now sports banning. And you know what? Books and sports don't kill kids. Guns do. I have behind here just some of the names of the many children who have died in their classrooms and in their schools. So parents are scared, students are terrified of being killed at school, at a place where they should feel safe and ready to learn. Kids should be able to go to a 16th birthday party and come home again. But the bills this rule makes in order won't fix the scourge of gun violence in this country. While kids are dying from gun violence, the answer from the House Republicans' majority is to bully trans girls with H.R. 734 and undermine D.C.'s local laws. That's not okay. Today, I stand in strong solidarity with some of the most vulnerable students in our schools, trans girls. Trans kids deserve to be understood. They deserve to be loved. They deserve an opportunity to play on a team and make friends. Today, the Republican majority has brought up yet another bill that is meant to divide us, to get people angry and upset over things that are not key to whether they can have what they want their kids to accomplish in school. H.R. 5, which the Republican majority passed in March, was about banning books. H.R. 734, which we are debating this week, is about bullying kids. The problem is this. When you bully these kids, it can lead to their death. I'm worried that this bill will lead to rising suicide rates among the most vulnerable kids in our schools. Studies have proven that when we welcome trans kids with compassion and kindness, they are less likely to attempt suicide. Studies have shown that the problem isn't whether a kid is trans or not, it is, are they accepted? At a time when trans kids face alarming rates of behavioral and mental health issues, when 53% of trans kids have considered suicide, my colleagues have chosen to use fear to score political points. 1 in 25 American kindergartners won't live to adulthood. Imagine that. Going into a kindergarten class like I did several times in my district, looking out at that class, which one of those precious children will not make it to adulthood? That is the issue we should be addressing, both gun violence and addressing behavioral and mental health, providing the resources that they need. And you know what? The rate of the children not making it is twice for Hispanics and over 3 times as much for black students. But do we go after that in this bill? No, we don't. Sports and books. That's what H.R. 734 goes after, not guns and violence. There is already a mechanism in place to address the fairness that has been raised on the other side of the aisle. There is already a way of addressing the distinctions in playing sports. The NCAA and Olympics put these in place decades ago. The Olympics already has a manual for what you should do, and it was done in 2003. And here in the United States, we already have something done by the NCAA. The NCAA adopted a student-athlete participation policy. That will cover the concerns that some people may have. Because women in sports, I will tell you, they say they're doing this for women. Well, guess what? Women in sports who compete, they don't want this bill. They understand it's not about sport, but about making people angry. We have the Statement of Women's Rights and great gender justice organizations in support of full and equal access to participation in athletics for transgender people, and it is signed by numerous women's sports organizations. One after another, they have lined up to say, no, this bill is bad for women in sports. And you know what? I want to make sure that here in Congress that we lead with compassion. We're all human. We all have, within our families, within our communities, people who are lesbian, who are gay, who are trans, who are many different aspects of who they are and who they actually are and authentically are. Why? Why are you willing to sacrifice those beautiful kids of ours? Why? I just don't understand it. Because you know what? Trans kids deserve to live. The rule also makes an order, HJ Resolution 42, which disapproves of the District of Columbia's Comprehensive Police and Justice Reform Amendment Act. The D.C. Council, elected by D.C. residents, passed this bill through democratic process. D.C., just like those in Kentucky and other local jurisdictions, it's the local jurisdictions which should have the right to enact laws through their democratic process without congressional interference. We should not be having congressional interference into local matters like protecting our citizens and like having a police force that is responsive to those citizens. Just because Congress can intervene in D.C. affairs doesn't mean that it should. The D.C. Reform Bill includes many of the reforms that both Republican and Democratic states and localities have passed. Things like banning chokeholds, things like using body cameras. That is available in red districts, in red states, in red cities, in blue cities. In New Mexico, we have those things. So let's stop interfering in D.C.'s affairs. Let's put forward legislation, in contrast, that addresses the needs of all Americans. I urge my colleagues to oppose the rule, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. And the gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Democrats have had ample opportunities to work with Republicans during the 117th Congress on bills that protect students in schools, including H.R. 7966, the Stop 2 Act, sponsored by Representative Richard Hudson of North Carolina, that would have increased funding for school resource officers and mental health guidance counselors and would have provided federal grants for better securing our schools. and H.R. 7942, the Securing Our Students Act, sponsored by Representative Burgess Owens of Utah, that would have allowed school districts to use unspent COVID-19 emergency relief funds to improve school buildings and strengthen security. Unfortunately, the Democrat then majority blocked these bills from coming to the House floor. In addition, the House recently passed H.R. 5, which includes provisions ensuring the rights of parents to be informed about violent incidents in school and ensuring that school boards cannot censor the voices of parents who are expressing concerns about any such violent incidents. This is not about bullying kids. It's about fairness. It's about standing up for biological women and girls when no one on the left seems to care about that. Our colleagues across the aisle have even said it's okay for biological males to share locker rooms and showers with biological females, even if they don't consent. If supposed groups that support women oppose this bill, then they don't support women. We aren't saying they can't participate in sports, that children or biological males that might have a different identity. We're not saying they can't participate in sports. We're saying they must compete according to their biological sex. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the rule which provides consideration of legislation to protect women and girls in athletics and the resolution to curb the reckless anti-cop, pro-crime policies being carried out by the D.C. government. I'd be remiss to not point out the irony that my colleagues across the aisle have twisted themselves into a knot trying to malign a bill that seeks to protect a fair playing field for women and girls, a historically marginalized group. But it's telling about how far out of the mainstream some of these policies have become. Ensuring that biological female athletes can compete fairly and honestly with other biological female athletes is the epitome of common sense. And for the self-described party of science to ignore the biological realities between men and women is convenient and willful ignorance. What kind of message do we want to send to our young female athletes who work hard, putting in the time, the sweat, the tears into a sport only to find out that they lose a competition because the deck has been knowingly and purposely stacked against them? It's just plain wrong. Achieving notoriety and fairness in female sports has come a long way over the last several decades in this country, but there's still a very long way to go. And this bill would take us a half a century backwards. Everyone should have a right to compete in sports, but it can't come at the cost of trampling on the rights of women and girls to compete fairly. I'm proud to support this legislation that protects the original intent of Title IX to prevent discrimination on the basis of sex. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation that respects the realities of natural biology and protects fair opportunities for women and girls to compete and to win. And additionally, I'd like to share my support for H.J. Res. 42. As a member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, I was present to question the leadership of the D.C. Council about the latest efforts to vilify and defund the police.
Gentleman, time's expired.
30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
It was shameful to see how the leadership of our nation's capital shrugged their shoulders at the alarming spikes in violent crime sweeping across the district. D.C. residents are fed up, and visitors to our nation's capital are fed up. Americans deserve to be safe, not subjected to repeat offenders. Shooting up Metro stop while they commute to work has happened earlier this year. Our police officers and our first responders deserve to be supported, not vilified. And where Congress can, under current law, it should act to preserve law and order and prevent these reckless actions from taking effect. Mr. Speaker, I strongly support the rule, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. And the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation would not protect kids. We must remember that this legislation could require female students, athletes, to be subject to invasive genital examinations or forced to disclose their menstruation data. What parent would want their child to go through that? This is a grotesque violation of privacy and the complete opposite of protecting our children. You know what? If Republicans really wanted to protect our girls, they should focus on real issues. The sexual abuse of female and athletes and students goes unreported too often. The U.S. Center for Safe Sports found that 93% of athletes experienced sexual harassment or unwanted contact, and they were too afraid to report it. We must address the real issues that our children face. And with regards to the D.C. bill, Mr. Speaker, I would yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Holmes Norton.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank my friend for yielding, and I strongly oppose this rule. I will have more to say tomorrow about the police accountability and transparency legislation enacted by the District of Columbia's local legislature, but I want to take this time to discuss democratic principles. It is true that Congress has the constitutional authority to legislate on local D.C. matters, but it is false that Congress has a constitutional duty, obligation, or responsibility to do so. Instead, legislating on local D.C. matters is a choice. I remind my Republican colleagues who claim to revere the founders what James Madison said in Federalist 43 about the residents of the federal district, and I'm quoting, "A municipal legislature for local purposes derived of their own suffrages will, of course, be allowed them," end quote. The Supreme Court has held that Congress may delegate full legislative power to D.C. on local D.C. matters. D.C. disapproval resolutions are profoundly undemocratic, paternalistic legislation. D.C.'s local legislature, the D.C. Council, has 13 members. The members are elected by D.C. residents. If D.C. residents do not like how the members vote, they can vote them down. This is called democracy. Congress has 535 voting members. The members are elected by residents of states. None are elected by or accountable to D.C. residents. If D.C. residents do not like how the members vote, even on legislation that applies only to D.C., they cannot vote them out of office. The Revolutionary War was fought to give consent to the governed and to end taxation without representation. Yet the nearly 700,000 D.C. residents cannot consent to any action taken by Congress, whether on national or local D.C. matters, while paying full federal taxes. Indeed, D.C. pays more federal taxes per capita than any state and more total federal taxes than 23 states. If the House cared about democratic principles or D.C. residents, it would be voting on my D.C. statehood bill, the Washington, D.C. Admission Act. Instead, Congress has the constitutional authority to admit the state of Washington, D.C. The House is choosing not to do so. It is a choice. I will close by saying to all members of the House, keep your hands off of D.C., and I yield back.
Reserve.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
We've heard our Democrat colleagues across the aisle talk about Republicans not caring about sexual abuse of female athletes, and it's going underreported, but not a single Democrat voted for H.R. 5, which has language in it in the Parents' Bill of Rights to inform parents of violent activity going on at school. This provision was put in part because of circumstances that happened in Loudoun County, Virginia, which kept a sexual assault by a trans student of a young female under wraps, including even transferring that student to another school where that student committed additional sexual assaults. Not a single Democrat voted for H.R. 5. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support for the rules package of H.R. 734, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. Well, here we are again, Mr. Speaker. This side of the aisle advocating for sanity and humanity, while that side of the aisle raises their hands and saying, what are we doing here? Just like in our debate where we had to denounce socialism on this floor, just like our debate where we had to defend the lives of abortion survivors, we are here to protect America. We are here for the sanity and humanity of America. Women sports are meant for biological women and biological women alone. Let's follow the science. For generations, female athletes such as Lisa Leslie, Serena Williams, Katie Ledecky, Mia Hamm, and most recently, Riley Gaines, who sat in this very gallery during our State of the Union address, and most recently was violently assaulted by a radical mob of activists. Well, they have fought tirelessly to tear down societal barriers in sports. This movement, Mr. Speaker, is making a mockery of their brave dedication and overall progress for women in general. Now, my colleagues across the aisle want to insult the hours of blood, sweat, and tears that these women have invested into their sports and their careers. We're not going to stand for it. Enough is enough. The emperor has no clothes. Some 50 years ago, Congress passed Title IX to give women the opportunity to compete at levels never seen before. Women broke barriers, and now this radical movement wants to break their spirit. It is an insult to that legislation and to the progress society has made. It is an insult, yes, that we are even here today having to debate this very issue. Women deserve protections and a fair playing field and a fair swimming pool. Is that too much to ask for, Mr. Speaker? This legislation will give them just that. H.R. 734 states that sex in the athletic context must be recognized based only on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth. It also clarifies that a recipient of Title IX funding is violating the prohibition against sex discrimination if the school allows a person whose sex is male to participate in a women's athletic activity. Simply put, we cannot ignore the biological differences between a male and a female. To do so would be ignorant and disservice to the sporting world. Mr. Speaker, this is not about hate. This is about love. This is about love for our country, love for the advancement that women have made, and love for sanity. Let's give women the protection that they deserved and the protection that they have earned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
This is the gentlelady reserve.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our opposition to this bill is not radical. Indeed, the Republican governor of Utah also opposed a similar bill, and in his veto message, he talked about the fact that even though he might not understand what it means to be trans, even though he doesn't understand the science which might be conflicting, he said, I choose to err on the side of kindness and compassion, because he wanted to make sure that the children lived. The children, the few children in his state who play sports, the few trans children in his play sports. He said, why are we heaping so much hatred on those children? I want them to live. And the reason why that concern is so profound is because the fact that transgender kids have an extremely high risk of suicidal behavior. In 2021, suicide was the second leading cause of death for kids ages 10 to 14 and 20 to 34. Nearly 1 in 5 trans kids attempted suicide that year. I want our trans kids to live. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Rules, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman is recognized 2.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, our Rules Committee meeting last night was an embarrassment. Republicans went on and on about locker rooms, the same creepy stereotypes they leaned on when they tried to stop gay marriage. On and on about fairness, but no mention of the unfairness girls' sports teams face when it comes to unequal resources, unequal pay, and unequal treatment. On and on about safety, but no mention of the #1 reason America's schools are unsafe: gun violence. Our kids are being slaughtered, for God's sakes. Does anybody on the other side even care? Republicans claimed trans people don't even exist, which makes me wonder why they've wasted all our time on their creepy obsession with controlling the lives of people they think aren't even real. Republicans now believe Congress should be empowered to pick and choose which kids should be allowed to play on the soccer team. You can't make this stuff up. What's next? A bill about who can play together at recess? Republican hypocrisy is breathtaking. Republicans want to ban trans kids from sports, but they won't ban child marriage in states like West Virginia and Tennessee. The same party systematically taking away women's reproductive rights across the country. The same party that won't lift a finger as our kids are massacred in our schools, that takes NRA blood money instead of addressing an actual problem like gun violence, now wants to use protecting girls as their sick excuse for targeting trans kids. Enough is enough. Stop the fear-mongering. The truth is that this bill would mean more trans kids, already vulnerable as it is, would be bullied, beaten, and killed. It would deprive trans kids of the opportunity to learn about teamwork, discipline, and sportsmanship. And finally, let me just say to the trans community, you deserve so much better than this. I hope you know that you have allies in Congress and across the country who care about you and who will fight for you. It shouldn't be a radical idea to respect people for who they are. And it shouldn't be a radical idea to love people for who they are. And I say to my Republican colleagues, stop the lies, stop the bigotry, stop the hate, leave kids alone. I urge a no vote on this awful, rotten rule and a no vote on the underlying bill, and I yield back my time.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I flatly reject any talk of fear-mongering on behalf of Republicans on this side of the aisle. Talk about fear-mongering. We've just heard from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle that according to this bill, female student athletes will be subject to violative exams. Nothing in this bill talks about them being subject to exams, physical or otherwise, only that they compete in the sports that they are biologically, that are according to their biological sex at birth. Nothing in this bill prevents or says that transgender children cannot participate in sports. We're only saying that out of fairness and safety for women and girls, that students and that students participate in sports according to their biological sex. We're not preventing anyone from participating in sports. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I want to reiterate the public safety legislation that we passed, or that Republicans proposed in the 117th Congress, that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle opposed. Bills that would increase funding for school resource officers and mental health counselors, federal grants to secure schools, Securing Our Students Act, allowing districts to claw back unspent COVID-19 funds to improve school buildings and strengthen security. Those bills were flatly rejected from the Democrat-held majority at the time. Those bills would have done exactly what they suggest that they want to do now. Maybe if we bring those bills back, we will get their support. With that, I yield back. I'm sorry, I reserve.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we can actually point to two accomplishments that we did on this House floor when Democrats were in charge. We passed the Democratic leadership in Congress helped us lead to pass the Safer Communities Act, which we had very few Republicans. It was bipartisan, but that would have provided the kind of resources we need in our schools to help our children. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day, I hear from parents who worry about their children's safety in school, from bullying to gun violence. Yet instead of addressing the issues that are relevant today, we're debating a bill that takes away certain kids' ability to learn. Like how to be a part of a team, how to build friendships, how to set goals, how to work with one another. Every child in America should learn this. It's hard to be a kid today. It's hard to go to school. It's hard to make friends, and it's hard to fit in. But we need to give kids the opportunity to be healthy, to be happy, to have joy. This isn't about protecting sports. This is about every child setting their own goals, being a part of their team, and overcoming challenges.
15 seconds.
Gentleman may proceed.
And finally, to be proud of who they are and what they can achieve. Stop the nonsense. Let's get back to work and solve the real problems the people back home sent us to do. I yield back.
Gentleman from New Mexico reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized. Reserves. The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the amazing gentlewoman from Vermont, Miss Ballant.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this bill and to speak clearly and directly on H.R. 734, which Republicans are ironically calling Protecting Girls in Schools Act. This bill is undeniably an attack on our kids and does nothing of substance to protect girls. Bills like this are aimed at taking away rights from LGBTQ Americans, specifically our kids. Kids and their families are being targeted and harassed for political gain. And I want to know, is this really the nation that we want to live in? Sports bans for kids are cruel and they are unnecessary. These bills are clearly, at their core, un-American. They are about restricting rights. They are about barring kids from full participation in sports. The U.S. House of Representatives must not participate in this obvious fear-based hate and discrimination of trans youth. We risk lives when we don't stand up clearly and loudly against discrimination of all kinds. This bill would have us believe that we should be afraid of trans youth. Nothing could be farther from the truth. When I talk to these kids and their families, when I listen deeply to these kids and their families, what they say is, I just want to live my life. I just want to have friends. I want to be myself. I don't want to go to school and be picked on. They need our support. They do not need us demonizing them and fear-mongering and bullying. Today, Republicans blocked our amendments which would have actually supported our girls in schools. My amendment would have strengthened protections against harassment in schools based on sex, race, color, national origin, disability, and age. It would have restored protections against harassment and ensured equal opportunities for all students. It would also require schools to take additional steps to protect students that have experienced sex-based harassment. We cannot keep putting our children in harm's way with this hateful rhetoric that is coming directly from inside the halls of Congress. Instead, let's actually do our jobs and take real steps to actually protect our children. Thank you.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that they say is demonizing, H.R. 734. To amend the Education Amendments of 1972 to provide that for purposes of determining compliance with Title IX of such act in athletics, sex shall be recognized based on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth. Nothing in this subsection shall be construed to prohibit a recipient from permitting males to train or practice with an athletic program or activity that is designed for women or girls, so long as no female is deprived of a roster spot on a team or sport, opportunity to participate in a practice or competition, scholarship, admission to an educational institution, or any other benefit that accompanies participating in the athletic program or activity. It makes me wonder, Mr. Speaker, if our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have read this bill, given their vehement opposition to it. I reserve.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez.
The gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we go again. Republicans are attacking one of the most marginalized, most discriminated groups in our country, trans Americans, and just to score cheap political points. And yes, cheap political points, because this is from something from the top down, from the head of the Republican Party here in Congress to each of the states that have introduced anti-trans legislation. And it's especially sick when you look at the statistics. Over 50% of trans youth considered suicide just last year. Let that sink in. 50%. Not a fraction, 50%. And yet, rather than address pressing issues like gun violence, the leading cause of death for our children, Republicans are attacking trans and other LGBTQ kids. And it shows exactly who they are. Bigots and bullies. And I said that once, and I'll say it again. Bigots and bullies. This isn't their first attacks on the trans community, as I mentioned. At the start of this Congress, my Republican colleagues threatened to revoke funding for an organization in my district that helps trans Americans find jobs and mental health resources. Ooh, big conspiracy, trying to help people with mental health issues and help them find jobs. But if they think their attacks will stop me from supporting the trans community, they are simply wrong. Transgender, non-binary, intersex youth want to participate in team sports for the same reason as their cisgender peers, to be part of a team, learn sportsmanship, and challenge themselves. And as a brother of an LGBTQ American, I find their attacks offensive. With that, I yield back, and we're going to vote no on this piece of legislation.
The gentleman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, which I hope we do, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution that affirms the House's unwavering commitment to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, and states that it is the position of the House to reject any cuts to the program. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. To discuss our proposal, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. My Democratic colleagues and I are here to defend Social Security and Medicare and to support our nation's seniors. My district has the lowest median household income in Oregon. We have over 160,000 seniors who rely on Social Security for their retirement. My colleagues across the aisle are approaching Social Security as if it's an unearned handout. It's beyond offensive. That is not what it's meant to do. That is not what it's meant to be. People have paid into this system their whole lives. They should be able to get their contributions back, and that's the promise of our Social Security program. Right now, we only tax income up to $160,000 a year to fund Social Security. Millionaires and billionaires who get their income from investments instead of earning their money by the hour like most of my constituents and like most working Americans aren't paying their fair share into Social Security at all. We must change the system by finally requiring the wealthiest Americans pay into Social Security at the same rate as all the hardworking nurses and firefighters across this country. We can expand benefits, not cut them. I'm not in Congress to protect billionaires. I'm here to make sure those who've paid into a system their whole lives and who've worked hard, including our fishermen, electricians, school teachers, can retire with dignity and welcome in a new generation to the workforce. It's our responsibility to make sure that Social Security can be successful into the future. It's time for the House majority to stop playing games with people's lives with bills that don't do anything.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
And supports Social Security and Medicare.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across the country, state legislatures, including my home state of Texas, have advanced legislation seeking to ban transgender kids from participating in sports. Sadly, very sadly, this bill here today in Congress is seeking to do the same. The so-called Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act up for consideration today is nothing more than another extreme MAGA Republican political stunt taking away the focus from the real issues affecting American people. It would stipulate that Title IX compliance ban gender and intersex girls and women from participating in sports. Denying children access to a place where they can gain mental and physical health benefits does not protect women in sports. It harms women in sports. This bill sanctions discrimination against transgender students, which is mean-spirited and just plain bullying. This is not the role of Congress. I've heard directly from trans and intersex constituents in my district. They're worried every day about what political stunt and what political attack will come next. And no one should live in fear just for being who they are. I strongly oppose the rule and strongly oppose final passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Mexico reserves, and the gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I'm directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
Woman from New Mexico is once again recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Let me thank the gentlelady for her kindness. And I'll only have a minute to talk about kindness. I vigorously oppose the underlying legislation dealing with our beautiful children. And Mr. Speaker, that is what it is. And I join with the Utah governor that indicates that this minute problem does not deserve a sledgehammer. This bill deals with girls and women in sports, and the Olympics and the NCAA has spoken on transgender. I speak from the heart as a fellow human being. I speak from loving children as the chair of the Congressional Children's Caucus. I cannot stand here and tolerate 53% of trans kids considered suicide last year. They want to belong, they want to have friends, they want to play sports. And if you're 5 years old, 12 years old, this Congress has no right in interfering with a beautiful community. It is, in fact, a blessing to have a world and a nation that has people who are different. I affirm their difference. I stand for their difference. I'll fight for their difference because they should be loved like anyone else. The rules and regulations are already in place. Why are we here doing that when guns are killing our children? I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is that recognized.
Is the gentlewoman prepared to close?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close with some powerful words from a Republican governor who vetoed a similar bill in his state. He said, "I must admit I am not an expert on transgenderism. I struggle to understand so much of it and the science is conflicting. But when in doubt, I always try to err on the side of kindness, mercy, and compassion. Here are the numbers that have most impacted my decision. 75,000, 41, 1, 86, and 56. 75,000 high school kids participating in high school sports in Utah. 4 transgender kids playing high school sports in Utah. 1 transgender student playing girls' sports. 86% of trans youth reporting suicidality. 56% of trans youth having attempted suicide. 4 kids, and only 1 of them playing girls' sports. That's what all of this is about. 4 kids who aren't dominating or winning trophies or taking scholarships. 4 kids who are just trying to find some friends and feel like they're a part of something. 4 kids trying to get through each day. Rarely has so much fear and anger been directed at so few. I don't understand what they are going through or why they feel the way they do, but I want them to live. I want our transgender children to live. I want them to have the ability to do what they need to do in school, which is to learn, to play, to compete, to learn about what it's like to be in a team. I want them to live, which is why I oppose this rule, and I am asking all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, please err on the side of compassion, kindness. Let them live. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Mexico yields. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of my time.
Is recognized.
They can say it all they want. It doesn't make it true. This bill demonizes no one. It doesn't prohibit anyone from participating in sports. We've heard a lot about the trans community today and the high percentage of trans students who committed suicide last year. I want to reiterate, those that are truly concerned about the mental health status of trans students would have supported H.R. 7966, the Stop 2 Act, in the 117th Congress to provide additional funding for mental health guidance counselors. Again, I've read the text of the bill. There is nothing in it that prohibits trans students from participating in sports. We're simply saying that they must compete against their own biological sex. Like I said at the beginning of my remarks, I never thought I would have to say certain things on the House floor. I never thought we'd have to consider bills protecting sports for women and girls or legislation to support law enforcement officers. But if we don't support them, who will? For me, those two things come naturally, and I hope anyway, we're about to see robust support from both sides of the aisle on these common sense issues. But even as I speak these words, I'm aware that the President of the United States has issued statements of administration policy on these two bills, stating his opposition and intent to veto them should they reach his desk. How sad we can't support all women and girls in athletics. How sad we've decided to support activists over frontline police officers who are contending with increases in crime across the board. But unfortunately, this is where we are. We heard today about the Utah law being vetoed and that it was for students. But in the state of Connecticut, it was one transgender student that took the state championship, took it away from, in state track and field, from a biological female. Unfortunately, this is where we are. This is why these two bills are necessary. And despite this statement from the President, I believe we must act to advance these two important pieces of legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this rule and the underlying legislation it provides for. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentlewoman ask for the yeas and nays?
Yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Seeing a sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 203. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Does any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 202. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Pursuant to the order of the House on April the 10th, 2023, the unfinished business is the further consideration of the veto message of the President of the House Joint Resolution 27. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Joint Resolution, House Joint Resolution 27, Joint Resolution, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rule submitted by the Department of the Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Defense, and the Environmental Protection Agency relating to revised definition of waters of the United States.
The question is, will the House reconsider past the joint resolution, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate, I'd yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, the ranking member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Nice.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the veto message on HJ Resolution 27.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to once again rise in support of House Joint Resolution 27, which I introduced to negate an ill-timed and ill-conceived rule coming out of the Biden administration. I remind my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that since I last spoke on the floor of this chamber in support
of H.J. Resolution 27, the resolution passed both the House and the Senate with bipartisan support. While the Clean Water Act has greatly improved the health of our nation's waters in the 50 years since it's become law, this administration's rule defining a Waters of the United States, or WOTUS, is just the latest in a stream of examples of executive overreach beyond the intent of the Clean Water Act. Decades of agency interpretations and misinterpretations of WOTUS have created uncertainty, a lot of uncertainty, for rural communities, for farmers, for businesses and industries that rely on clean water. And this rule does absolutely nothing to provide clarity. In his message to the House regarding the veto of this legislation, the President claims that H.J. Resolution 27 would, quote, leave Americans without a clear definition of waters of the United States, unquote. This is simply untrue and disingenuous, especially considering it was his own administration that decided to get rid of the 2020 Navigable Waters Protection Rule, which provided long-awaited clarity on the scope of WOTUS in favor of this new overreaching and unclear definition. This issue matters to everyday Americans all over the country, and I hear about it all the time. I'm disappointed to see the President favor radical environmental activists over America's families, small businesses, farmers, builders, and property owners. That being said, I'm hopeful that the members of the House and Senate can come together to override this veto, terminating this ambiguous and burdensome rule in favor of greater economic prosperity for Americans nationwide. Recently, 2 federal courts halted enforcement of the administration's rule, granting relief to farmers, home builders, and landowners in 26 states. Every member today has the opportunity to vote to override the President's veto and ensure all 50 states are relieved of the burdens this rule has created. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting to override the President's veto of H.J. Resolution 27, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Clean water is critical for the health and the safety of our communities and our families. Our local businesses, farmers, our economy depend on clean water for their success and their prosperity. House Democrats have a proud and successful history supporting clean water. House Democrats have championed investments in our nation's water and wastewater infrastructure systems, ensuring that all communities can trust in the safety of the water they drink and the treatment of the wastewater they produce. Last Congress, House Democrats provided historic bipartisan investment in our nation's infrastructure through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. Specifically for clean water, the BIL invests almost $13 billion in clean water infrastructure and is creating jobs in communities across the country. The BIL showed what Congress can do when we focus on the needs of American families. And today, I would put to you that we are doing the opposite and putting polluters over people with this doomed veto override attempt. In my own state of Washington, we are defined by clean water, including the health of the Puget Sound and hundreds of crystal clear lakes and thousands of miles of rivers and streams that run through our state. My constituents know that rivers, streams, and the wetlands are intrinsically connected. Pollution that starts in one body of water does not stay put. House Democrats know we can protect clean water while providing certainty to do business, for businesses and for farmers and for everyone who depends upon clean water for their lives and livelihoods. This is especially true for the 117 million Americans who depend upon smaller streams as a source of drinking water at a time when many states continue to face historic droughts. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say they want clean water rules that are simple, clear, and easy to follow, and so do we. We agree on that. The Biden administration's Clean Water Restoration Rule does just that, following the law and the science of protecting clean water while providing regulatory certainty and stability for everyone. Unfortunately, this resolution will do the opposite. So I applaud the administration's call for vetoing H.J. Res. 27. Now, the argument is that they want bright lines in the regulation of clean water, yet the only proposal that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to support is the Navigable Waters Protection Rule of the previous administration, a proposal that removed federal protections on roughly half of the nation's wetlands and 70% of its rivers and streams. And that rule was rightly rejected by the federal court, not by this administration, but by the federal court in 2021 as fundamentally flawed and likely to cause serious environmental harm every day it remained in effect. Yet, despite their call for certainty, my colleagues have failed to recognize that passage of this resolution that is before us today would again leave Americans without a clear definition of waters of the United States. By taking away this clarity, this resolution brings back the very same uncertainty and ambiguity its supporters claim to be concerned about. And I know they're concerned about that uncertainty. This resolution will adversely impact farmers, ranchers, and developers by creating regulatory chaos and eliminating important exclusions that have been codified in this administration's rule to help water-dependent businesses and farmers understand and comply with the law. For example, because it prohibits the EPA from issuing substantially the same rule, this resolution means the elimination of two long-standing exclusions for wastewater treatment systems and prior converted croplands, exclusions that have been relied upon by communities, developers, industry, and farmers for decades. This resolution would also eliminate 6 new regulatory exclusions for features considered, quote, generally non-jurisdictional, end quote, including certain ditches, artificially irrigated areas, and artificial lakes or ponds. Ironically, this resolution will result in more uncertainty and more bodies of water being regulated than under the administration's proposal. You don't have to take my word for it. Just read the Congressional Budget Office report accompanying this resolution. It is right in there. Now, as I mentioned previously on this floor in another debate on this issue, the Biden proposal, this administration's proposal, will not adversely impact family farmers in this country, period. Why? That's because farmers are, by statute, largely exempt from the Clean Water Act regulation, where less than 1% of all wetland permits relate to ag activities nationwide. Therefore, if a farm is engaged in normal farming, forestry, and ranching activity, that farm is exempt from regulation. The current proposal does not change that exemption. In short, this resolution still makes no sense. It invalidates the current administration's rule and all the clarifications and all the exceptions for business it contains in favor of a similarly structured but much less clear regulatory framework. It increases uncertainty and the likelihood for continued legal battles and gridlock, the opposite of what businesses and farmers are looking for. So I support this administration's efforts on clean water, both through the implementation of critical bipartisan infrastructure law investments in water infrastructure and its veto of this short-sighted resolution. This resolution represents a step backward for clean water, increases uncertainty for businesses, and doubles down on the infighting and on the chaos. So I urge my colleagues to continue to oppose this resolution and work towards real predictability for businesses that need it and clean water for communities that cannot survive without it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 1 minute to the chairman of the Highway and Transit Subcommittee, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for his leadership on this. And here we are again, once again, to speak against the Biden administration's new Waters of the United States rule. This is a bridge too far. Since this issue last appeared on the House floor, a federal judge has blocked the rule, as the chairman mentioned, in 26 states. It seems that even our judicial system is signaling this is a vast overstep of federal jurisdiction. And yet, President Biden is insistent on pushing this regulation through. There are already state and local laws in place to protect our waterways, and these entities are much better equipped to oversee small, isolated bodies of water. All this change does is create more red tape for farmers, ranchers, and landowners. What it does not do, it doesn't make our waterways any cleaner. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I give it the power back to the states, and with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit the following letter from 111 organizations opposed to overriding the veto of this Congressional Review Act resolution into the congressional record.
It is accepted into the record.
Thank you. And with that,
without objection.
With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 4 minutes to the co-sponsor of the resolution, the chairman of the Water Resources, Subcommittee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the override of President Biden's veto of this resolution, which I was proud to introduce alongside and with Chairman Sam Graves. And of course, this repeals the EPA's new Waters of the U.S. rule. Now, I certainly recognize that this administration has never seen an onerous rule it didn't like, but the President's veto of this resolution, reversing one of the federal government's most egregious rules to date, really takes the cake. This resolution passed in both chambers with a bipartisan vote, yet the President and his administration refused to even consider the devastation this new WOTUS rule, if ultimately left intact by the courts, will cause. It, with all its ambiguity and therefore subjectivity, was issued mere months before the Supreme Court is anticipated to decide in Sackett versus EPA, a decision all but guaranteed to update the definition of the WOTUS once again, making this mud puddle of complexity even muddier. While this is clear to many members on both sides of the aisle here in Congress, this administration continues to bow down to the demands of radical environmentalists while ignoring the common sense calls to revoke this misguided rule. Unfortunately, the inconsistency so many of us have said would result from this rule has already begun. Last week, a U.S. District Court judge issued a preliminary injunction on the rule after 24 attorneys general filed suit. However, this only applies in those 24 states, as well as Texas and Idaho, following action within their own courts. This means half of the country is currently subject to the rule, and the other half is not. Now, I'm disappointed North Carolina's Attorney General did not join that effort. In North Carolina's 7th Congressional District that I have the honor to represent, storms can bring very heavy rains. Creeks, streams, and rivers are everywhere throughout the landscape. Water lingering for short periods of time could easily be classified as a WOTUS, depending on the viewpoint of the bureaucrat making the judgment. Heavy fines, litigation, and even prosecution can and does result. Further, the overregulation and broad scope of interpretations of this rule have grave implications for cattle, poultry, and hog farmers in North Carolina. These farmers are often victims of environmentalists and trial lawyers looking for a gotcha moment in their quest to upend the efficiency and sustainability of our food system. The WOTUS rule puts a target on their backs, and it's why my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that also represent strong agriculture communities supported this resolution. So this vote today, Mr. Speaker, is an opportunity for our legislative body to exercise one of its most basic but fundamental responsibilities, to serve as a check on the executive branch when it goes against the will and interest of the American people. So, Mr. Speaker, this WOTUS rule clearly does that. I urge my colleagues to support this override of the President's veto. I yield back my time.
I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman yields. The Speaker recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the representative from Texas, Representative Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Let me thank the distinguished ranking member for the time and to the managers who are on the floor today. And let me clarify even the reason for my being present as a member of the Homeland Security Committee and one who has dealt with the issues by way of national security, issues of water, chemical contamination. I rise with great opposition to H.J. Res. 27. And let me call the roll: Flint, Michigan; Jackson, Mississippi; East Palestine, that has been known in the midst of the derailment to also contaminate water; and then cancer clusters in Houston where runoffs were contaminating the water. Let me give you the basis of what this is about. The rule that we're trying to oppose reestablishes critical protections for the nation's vital water resources by returning to the long-standing 1986 regulations with appropriate updates, exclusions, and streamlining clarifications. In fact, the plain statement is that H.J. Res. would leave Americans without a clear waters of the United States definition, which deals, of course, with the overall question of clean water. I oppose it because it does clarify the categories of water bodies and wetlands that be subject to the government protection under the Clean Water Act. People are suffering across America, and to my good friend, with the lawsuit by 24 states, we have 50 states. And it is very clear that my good friends in the red states, the AGs, thought that they would undermine the president's direction on clean water. H.J. Res 27 will carelessly bind the hands of federal agencies working to protect our country's water supply and quality while giving instability for farmers and developers. This does not work. H.J. Res 27 was to become law. It may have a detrimental effect on the Clean Water Act, a law that prohibits the discharge of pollutants into our country's rivers and safeguards the quality of our water resources. We are a smart and big country. We can definitely find ways to help our farmers. We're getting ready to do the Farm Bill. And we can definitely find ways to help those who engage in economic development. It is important to prevent this joint resolution in order to maintain the Clean Water Act because the CWA places restrictions on the number of pollutants that can be emitted and mandates that any plant that releases pollutants into U.S. waters acquire a permit. Mr. Speaker, is that too onerous? I heard someone use that term, to save lives, to prevent babies from having an impact by drinking this water and having distorted growth. The Clean Water Act also permits the use of federal funding to support the construction and maintenance of water treatment facilities by local governments and other organizations. I can tell you Houston, Texas needs those resources, and so do other cities. I would hate to undermine those resources. The Clean Water Act has been an essential tool for preserving the health of U.S. water resources, for ensuring that Americans have access to clean, safe water. By establishing standards, funding infrastructure projects, and promoting monitoring research activities, the Clean Water Act has been a significant factor in preserving and enhancing Houston's water quality. I have worked with the Army Corps of Engineers. They listen. And if they speak up and say this is a framework in which we need, and the EPA as well, that has been on the front lines of contamination that seems to be the call of the day because our good friends in corporate America, trains and otherwise, seemingly don't listen. And believe me, just rode in on a train. I believe in that mode of opportunity and transportation, but let's have everyone be fair and responsible to what we have to do to protect the water of this nation. The Clean Water Act was enacted in 1972, and according to the EPA, the number of water bodies in the U.S. that were safe for fishing and swimming has increased from 36% to over 60%. When you have something that's working, why are you undermining it? And so I'm clearly in the position to say, as 2019, the EPA awarded $4.2 million to the City of Houston to fund projects aimed at improving water quality and stormwater management. We advocated.
And your time has expired.
Additional minute.
I thank the distinguished gentleman.
Without it, yep.
We advocated for that stormwater management. We have hurricanes, and in hurricanes, we are always subject to the system just not being able to hold the water, and contamination as a possibility. According to the Houston Public Works Department, the city's wastewater treatment plants treat an average of 304 million gallons of wastewater per day. These treatment plants are required to meet strict standards. Just, I will say, all cities and counties, we're all working to maintain clean water. We have a situation that we're working on, my local community of Houston, wastewater and sewage. What do you think we would do without the Clean Water Act? Please don't undermine us. Don't undermine the local people. Listen to the roll call, Flint, Jackson, Mississippi, East Palestine, and many others. Let us oppose this particular H.J. Res, and let us recognize that we have the responsibility, if nothing else, if we're doing nothing else, we have got to be responsible with H.J. Res 27 opposing it so that we can stand up for the children of this nation.
Time has expired.
I ask my colleagues to oppose H.J. Res 27. I yield back.
Thank you. Time is reserved. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, somebody that personally knows how disruptive this rule can be, Mr. Duarte.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentleman
Thank
is
you, Mr.
recognized.
Speaker. Thank you. I wish we were here talking about clean water, because we could all agree. As we did back in 1974, we passed the Clean Water Act, and we gave the government all it needed to deliver clean water to America. The rivers no longer burn. Trains do fall in rivers, but that's a jurisdictional river. That is not what we're talking about today. What we're talking about today is how much dry land, how much farmland, how much rolling hills, grassy fields, with no frogs, no fish, no water, most of the year, is going to be regulated by this administration. Now, back when we passed the Clean Water Act, bipartisan Republicans, Democrats got together and we gave the government jurisdiction to protect our clean drinking water. Our harbors, our rivers, our streams, they're protected. Our lakes are protected. Our drinking water is protected, and nothing here today will have any impact on whether we have safe drinking water or not. As a farmer, I was prosecuted under the Clean Water Act for planting wheat in a wheat field that had been planted to wheat with the same practices many times before. What we're talking about here today is expanding the authorities of the Clean Water Act to regulate almost every activity, construction, farm production, energy exploration, that can happen on open fields that might from one time or another pocket a little bit of water. When I went through delineation on my property, it took 2 years just to get enough rain to be able to tell where the wetlands were under the previous clean water rule. So let's not pretend this is about clean water. This is about government control of land. It's about affordable food. It's about affordable housing. It's about use of our lands by private landowners for economic purposes. What we're doing today here is telling the president he didn't have authority to do this back in 1974,
the gentleman's time has expired.
Doesn't have authority to do it today. Thank you. I yield back.
Reserve.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the representative from New York, Representative Tonko.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to H.J. Res. 27, the Congressional Review Act, joint resolution of disapproval targeting the Clean Water Restoration Rule. Our waterways, like the mighty Hudson and Mohawk rivers that flow through my district in New York's capital region, are key economic engines as drivers of heritage tourism and outdoor recreation, as well as cherished gathering spaces for our communities if we indeed care for them. The Biden administration's Clean Water Restoration Rule restores protections for the rivers, the streams, and the wetlands that constituents in all of my district areas rely upon. I will reinstate key safeguards to stop big polluters from recklessly dumping waste into our water systems and damaging the fragile wetlands that are so crucial for the resilience of our coasts. Importantly, the rule is grounded in science, an important fact. It restores the same science-based approach that presidential administrations have utilized for decades to assess the conditions of upstream waters to protect the health of downstream ecosystems and communities. Our water systems are fragile and interconnected, and as an engineer, I know the importance of using a science and data-driven approach to achieve the very best results for our communities. The dangerous legislation before us today is an attempt to overturn these finalized regulations. This is an attack on the clean water that is critical to the health of our communities, our nation's economy, and particularly our agricultural and energy sectors. So with that, I urge members to oppose it, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, appreciate you and your leadership, brother. I rise in support of overriding the President Biden's veto of House Joint Resolution 27. Overriding the veto would get rid of a Biden administration rule that hurts American landowners, small business owners, and farmers. Back in 2020, the EPA addressed a long-standing problem. It got rid of a broad and confusing definition of waters in the United States, also known as WOTUS, and replaced it with a definition that was much more specific and easier to understand. But no good deeds left unpunished, Mr. Speaker. Landowners need to know if their body of water meets the definition of WOTUS, because if it does, then it's subject to a much stricter environmental regulations. But of course, the Biden administration is doing what it does best, and it's messing up the situation. It's like my dad used to say about education. The problem we have with education is we called in the people that created the problem to fix it, and that's what they're doing. It repealed the clear definition of WOTUS from 2020 and replaced it with a more confusing and ambiguous one. This means a lot more landowners, small business owners, and farmers will need to hire expensive lawyers and consultants just to figure out if their body of water now qualifies as a WOTUS. Another example, bringing in the bureaucrats to fix a problem that they've created. A lot of my constituents are farmers and landowners, of course. Many of them are both of those. It's hard enough for them to take care of their land and follow these crazy environmental regulations without adding the burden of trying to figure out what these regulations are in the first place. Basically, what we've done, we've taken this away from the mom and pop farmers, the people that have inherited the land, that respect the land. No one respects the land more than a farmer, Mr. Speaker. And we're replacing it with multinational globalist corporations who control politicians like the puppet masters that they are. This administration needs to stop throwing bureaucracies at every situation it can get its hands on. Mr. Speaker, it just doesn't work. This time it will hurt Americans who work hard to take care of their land and their businesses. Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before reserving my time, I just want to remind again for the record that the federal courts blocked the implementation of the previous administration's Navigable Waters Protection Rule. It wasn't this administration. And in response to that, the administration developed a new rule, this particular one that we're debating today. So it just needs to be said for the record that the federal courts made a decision about the previous administration's rule, not this particular administration. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. The redefinition of these Waters of the United States rules is really only about one thing, and that is government overreach. When faced with the crisis, the government is given a broad mandate and loves very vague rules. Just recently, we remember the incredible rules of the COVID crisis and the extraordinary powers granted to government to affect this crisis. Remember the definition of essential businesses, essential personnel, essential services, and you have some idea, really, of what the Waters of the United States redefinition, desired by activist courts and desired by our current administration, you can imagine the effect it'll have on our lives. The Clean Water Act was a broad power given in 1974 to clean up polluted waterways. And guess what? It worked. We have clean waters and clean rivers. Extraordinary success since the high point of pollution in the 1970s. But with a government that is hungry for power, as we learned most recently in COVID, the bureaucrats remembered that vague rules allow for extraordinary powers. You're not a farmer, you're a polluter. You're not a homeowner, you're a polluter. You're not a home builder, you're a polluter. You're guilty until proven innocent. My colleagues across the aisle say that this provides clarity, and it does. But clarity for who? This rule provides clarity only to EPA regulators who will have extraordinary authority. It doesn't provide clarity to homeowners, farmers, and home builders. So,
gentleman's time has expired.
I ask my colleagues to...
Gentleman's time has expired.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 2 minutes to the chairman of the Economic Development and Public Buildings Subcommittee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for his leadership on this issue. Let's be clear, we're not talking about the Clean Water Act. We're talking about the waters of the United States of America, Mr. Speaker. And definitionally, what's happened here is the administration didn't like what was in the rule, in the regulations. They just changed the definition. That's what they didn't like it, so they changed the definition such that under this rule, nearly every single property across the entire United States subject to one drop of rain is now open to enforcement by the federal government, not your state government, not your local government. the federal government coming in to tell you that you're a polluter, that you're misusing your land because a drop of rain landed on it. And people say, oh, you don't really mean a drop of rain. Yes, I do mean a drop of rain, because you see, Mr. Speaker, it is the EPA that will determine the definition on a case-by-case basis arbitrarily, which is what they want. And that's why it's important that we override the president's veto. See, he didn't veto on behalf of the United States of America, because the United States of America sent the people to this chamber to vote on what they wanted, and we passed the Congressional Review Act to say we don't want the definition changed. Well, the president doesn't like that, so on behalf of bureaucrats that work in Washington, D.C., half of which probably don't even have a yard, they probably live in a high-rise, they don't even have grass, but yet they're going to tell you how you're going to live your life and how you're going to use your land based on the federal government's rule. Threats of imprisonment under ambiguous terminology, threats of financial ruin is what belies this bill and the American people if we allow this to go. I urge adoption. We must override the president's veto. We must stand for the American people and individual property rights, which are the bedrock, the foundation of the United States of America. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I'll just yield myself 1 minute to clarify that if this passes and we override the veto message, Mr. Speaker, the end result will be reverting to a rule that was created in around 2007, 2008. Not the last administration's rule, but another rule that I don't think either side likes. But that said, I will reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice.
The gentlelady from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Biden's Waters of the United States rule seeks to insert the federal government into every stream, pond, and ditch in America, even those on private property. When I'm back in Oklahoma, I regularly hear from farmers, ranchers, energy producers, and small businesses about their concerns with the Biden administration's WOTUS rule. For my constituents, it is absolutely unthinkable that a federal bureaucrat from Washington would come on their private property to regulate an intermittent stream that may only have water in it for a few days a year. This is a huge overreach. It is also worth noting that regulations such as WOTUS, along with others from federal, state, and local governments, account for up to 25% of the price of a new single-family home and over 40% for a multifamily development. Under WOTUS, the significant nexus test would result in an increased regulatory uncertainty for Oklahomans. Furthermore, the ambiguous nature of his policies will further delay vital projects on strict timelines. Despite bipartisan opposition to the WOTUS rule, President Biden still elected to veto the resolution. American families, farmers, and small businesses are suffering under the economic crises caused by President Biden's policies. The last thing they need are more burdensome regulations. Today's vote to overturn Biden's veto would empower local landowners instead of giving power to unelected federal bureaucrats. I urge my colleagues to support the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kansas. Mr. Mann.
The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the farmers, ranchers, agricultural producers, and independent oil and gas producers that have been forced to operate their businesses under 3 different definitions of the word water in the past 10 years alone. Congress has spoken clearly on this issue. President Biden received a bicameral, bipartisan joint resolution of disapproval under the Congressional Review Act on his administration's flawed and burdensome Waters of the United States, or WOTUS rule. He vetoed it, and that is inexplicable. Congress, not the executive branch, was created to legislate. And it's sad that this particular example of legislating from the executive branch serves as an outrageous instance of government overreach. While President Biden would like to federally regulate every small stream, ditch, and puddle from sea to shining sea, American producers have been the careful custodians of their own resources for centuries. They are the original conservationists, and their livelihoods already depend on their voluntary efforts to care for their own water resources. How we vote today will speak volumes. By overriding President Biden's veto, Congress has the opportunity to stand up not only for the people who feed, fuel, and clothe us all, but also for all Americans whose businesses and private lives would be affected by this big government encroachment into their property. We can either tell Americans that we believe the federal government knows best, or we can tell them that the federal government should get out of their way and let them do what they do best. I know where I stand, and I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
If there are no other, we have no other speakers on our side of the aisle.
We have none on ours.
Then I'll take this time to close.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, House Democrats have a long and proud and successful history of supporting clean water. Last year, the House Democrats successfully made historic investments in our nation's infrastructure through the bipartisan infrastructure law, providing communities with almost $13 billion in clean water infrastructure, upgrades, and creating jobs. These clean water investments are helping everyday Americans with safe, reliable, and sustainable water and wastewater services while providing good-paying jobs that cannot be sent overseas and reinvigorating our state and local economies. Every day, more and more Americans are realizing the public health, economic, and environmental benefits of this transformative law, benefits that will continue as additional resources are implemented across the country. The bipartisan infrastructure law is what Congress can do at its best. This resolution is the opposite, and I support President Biden for his decision to veto this resolution. My colleagues say they want certainty, and we agree, but that certainty that we support also ensures health and safety of our environment for current and future generations. This resolution, though, provides no certainty. I argue that it is a playbook for how to create confusion, more litigation, and continued gridlock. This resolution provides no benefits to public health. It seeks to eliminate protections for rivers, streams, and wetlands, many of which provide drinking water for for millions of Americans. And this resolution provides no benefits for our economy. It not only casts aside a time-tested, scientifically based tool to implement the Clean Water Act, it blocks any provision of additional clarity for businesses, farmers, and home builders going forward. So in short, this resolution is a step backwards for clean water. It's a step backwards for certainty. I urge my colleagues to vote no and to sustain the President's veto and to reject this attack on our clean water future. I urge a no vote on this resolution, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, the administration's definition of a waters of the United States under the Clean Water Act is onerous, it's burdensome, and ambiguous rule that's going to create even more issues for hardworking farmers, builders, small businesses, and property owners throughout the nation. While the President claims that the rule is going to help advance infrastructure projects, economic investment, and agriculture activities in his veto message, this simply is not the case. Instead, this costly, overreaching rule favors radical environmentalists at the expense of infrastructure, agriculture, and economic growth, and those who depend on these activities. Last month, members from both parties in the House and Senate came together to stand up for everyday Americans by rejecting this flawed rule. Today, we have the opportunity to do so again. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge my colleagues to override the President's veto and vote in support of House Joint Resolution 27. With that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the joint resolution, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding? Under the Constitution, the votes must be by yeas and nays pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings will be postponed. The chair lays before the House a message. The clerk will...
to the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act 50 United States Code 1622D provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Proclamation 10371 of April 21, 2022, with respect to the Russian Federation and the emergency authority relating to the regulation of the anchorage and movement of Russian-affiliated vessels to United States ports, is to continue in effect beyond April 21, 2023. The policies and actions of the government of the Russian Federation to continue the premeditated, unjustified, unprovoked, and brutal war against Ukraine continue to constitute a national emergency by reason of disturbance or threatened disturbance of international relations of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Proclamation 10371. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, April 18, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of whether the House on reconsideration will pass Joint Resolution 27. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 27, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rule submitted by the Department of the Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Defense, and the Environmental Protection Agency relating to the revised definition of waters of the United States.
In accordance with the Constitution, the yeas and nays are ordered. This is a 15-minute vote.
Last call for votes. Any votes? Any members wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas. They didn't know we were voting.
Mr. Hoyer
Yes, sir.
votes no.
The yeas are 227, the nays are 196. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the veto of the president is sustained and the joint resolution is rejected. The veto message and the joint resolution are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. The clerk will notify the Senate of the action of the House. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota wish to be recognized?
I ask for to be recognized for a special announcement.
And the House will be in order. The House will be in order. You may proceed.
Over the weekend, while responding to a domestic violence call, Deputy Sheriff Josh Owen of Pope County was tragically shot and killed. It was his 44th birthday. Deputy Owen spent nearly 12 years with the Sheriff's Office and recently received a Distinguished Service Award. He was also a military veteran, serving with the Minnesota National Guard and deploying to Iraq for 22 months. He leaves behind a wife and a son. This is a devastating, heartbreaking reminder that our men and women in law enforcement put their communities above all else every single day. We are praying for Josh's family and for the Pope County community as they mourn the loss of a local hero. I ask now that we have a moment of silence in honor of Pope County Deputy Sheriff Josh Owen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Michelle.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day. On this day, we honor and remember those who suffered and lost their lives in one of the darkest moments in human history, the Holocaust. Yom HaShoah is a day of remembrance, a day to pay tribute to the millions of innocent men, women, and children who were brutally murdered by the Nazis and their collaborators, a day to reflect on those atrocities and a day to commit ourselves to never forgetting or letting this ever happen again. Over 6 million Jews killed. Earlier today, I joined a number of my congressional colleagues at a ceremony recognizing this somber day. We were joined by Holocaust survivors, descendants, who shared their stories and experiences, which were heartbreaking. So as we light candles and say prayers today and this week in memory of the victims of the Holocaust, let us also renew our commitment to building a world that honors survivors, respects all faiths, and ensures that this never happens again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Buddy. Oh, no. Oh, no. Mr. Speaker, I rise to condemn the decision to shut down the last Washington, D.C. based Bureau of New Jersey Media. In March, NJ Advanced Media closed its Washington News Bureau forever. It was the last Washington News Bureau to focus on New Jersey-related content. This closure robs New Jersey readers of critical and political information, and it undermines the media's outlet responsibility to keep its readers informed. Now, New Jersey readers will not know how congressional funding benefits their communities, and they will not know how they will be affected by legislation and possible political corruption. The Bureau had one reporter, the excellent Jonathan Salant, so it was a cost-effective way to provide this information. Instead, NJAM betrayed the very purpose of a news outlet to increase the bottom line. I hope NJAM will reopen this bureau soon and provide effective coverage of national politics to its New Jersey
The gentleman's time has expired.
And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request permission to address the House for 1 minute to revise or extend my remarks if necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration has declared war on Title IX protections for female athletes. They want to force American schools to allow biological men and boys to compete in women's sports. In fact, they show no intent to protect women at all. As a doctor, I know this is ridiculous. Where does it stop? What would it take for liberal women to stand up for themselves? Perhaps when all the scholarships for women are given to biological men, when all the female sports records are broken, all the medals are taken, all the awards stolen, and every Woman of the Year title or Best Actress Oscar is given to a man, perhaps then President Biden and his media allies will finally decide to enforce Title IX and protect young women. But we're not going to wait around for them. I'm proud to co-sponsor the GOP bill to protect women's sports and save Title IX for Americans' female student athletes. And with that, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to discuss a topic important to the people of North Carolina's 1st Congressional District, addressing access to health care. April is Medicaid Awareness Month, and I was honored to kick it off with my fellow State Medicaid Expansion Caucus co-chairs and Protect Our Care. North Carolina has passed critical legislation that Governor Roy Cooper has signed into law, creating a pathway to expanding Medicaid in our state, showing the significance and power of bipartisanship. Mr. Speaker, nearly 100,000 Eastern North Carolinians have access to health care that would come as a result. And there will be a creation of roughly 3,000 jobs in one of the most economically distressed parts of the state, while saving our rural hospitals. Mr. Speaker, nearly 2 million Americans remain trapped in the coverage gap. Medicaid Awareness Month is a perfect time to make a bipartisan appeal. Let us work together to close that gap so that the greater good of Americans will benefit. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Martha Zoller, who was recently named as Talker Magazine's 2023 Woman of the Year. Ms. Zoller has been known as a well-respected conservative voice in talk radio since the start of her career in 1994. Ever since then, she has kept people across the state of Georgia and the nation informed on the news and the state of American politics with her radio broadcast. In addition to her time in radio, Ms. Zoller has served in the political world as well. She has spent time as a state director for field offices for Governor Brian Kemp, and she was a senior staffer for Senator David Perdue from 2014 to 2018. Ms. Zoller's career in both radio and politics, while also being a mother and grandmother, is a testament to her character and her commitment to both her family and her community. I want to say congratulations to Ms. Zoller, again, for being named Talker Magazine's 2023 Woman of the Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek to be recognized? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the recent court decision on medication abortion is the clearest example yet of the horrific consequences of the Republicans' anti-abortion crusade. While many said a national ban was not the goal, that this would be a state's issue, abortion care could be restricted even in pro-choice states. Mr. Speaker, that begs the question, what is next? Birth control? Plan B? Will anti-vaxxers ask the court to take down life-saving vaccines? Will extremists litigate any drug that utilized stem cell research? San Diego is home to some of the most innovative biomedical companies in the world, and so many of these companies have come out to oppose this decision, to say that the ruling threatens their ability to create the cures of tomorrow. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are uncharacteristically quiet about this. They have let the genie out of the bottle. They need to find the political courage to put it back in. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to vindicate the most American of values, and that is work. When John Smith landed at Jamestown, he said, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." And we have drifted so far away of that, creating a social safety net that has been converted into a multi-generational hammock for far too many Americans. And so as we reach America's credit card limit, I am proud to stand with my many House Republican colleagues who believe there should be no increase in this debt limit absent rigorous work requirements. If you could see President Clinton and Newt Gingrich coming together for work requirements in the 90s, there's no reason we cannot do that in divided government now, to cut spending where it is wasteful and to grow this economy where it is necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the congressman from Eastern Connecticut, it is my proud moment to congratulate the UConn men's basketball team for winning this year's NCAA National Championship on April 4th, just a couple weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, the Yukon men, starting out in this season back in November, were not even ranked in any of the leading polls. And yet, despite that negativity, they tuned it out and really came together as a team led by a great coach, Danny Hurley. By the time they got to the NCAA playoffs, their average margin of victory was over 15 points per game. It's a record in terms of NCAA championships in the past, and a great testament to, again, a group of young men who are now going to go on to do even greater things, whether it's in the NBA or next year's college basketball season. Again, it's a great program. This is their 5th title since 1999. The women's team has won 11 titles. It is truly, I think, without exaggeration to say that I represent the basketball capital of the world for college basketball, Storrs, Connecticut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the service of Willie Mims. Mr. Speaker, throughout Mr. Mims's life, he has shown his commitment to educating and serving and empowering residents of the community that I've represented for some time now in Contra Costa County in the San Francisco Bay Area. In 1963, Willie began engaging in local politics, advocating for the Rumsfeld Fair Housing Act, which aimed to combat racial discrimination in housing in California. He went on to obtain his teaching credentials and had a long career in teaching in the Vallejo City Unified School District. Willie is also an original member of the Pittsburgh Black Political Association and part of the executive committee of the East County branch of the NAACP. He was instrumental in the creation of the Antioch School District's African American Male Initiative, which sought to address racial disparities in education. Willie received the Dr. Martin Luther King Freedom Fighter Award in 2008 in recognition of his many efforts to promote racial justice and equity. Willie is a true leader and a friend. We are grateful for his positive impact that his work has gained across our community. Please join me in recognizing Willie for his many years of devoted service to his community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 15 U.S.C. 1024 and the order of the House of January 9, 2023 of the following members on the part of the House to the Joint Economic Committee.
Mr. Schweikert of Arizona, Mr. Arrington of Texas, Mr. Estes of Kansas, Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, Ms. Maliotakis of New York, Mr. Byer of Virginia, Mr. Trone of Maryland, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Ms. Porter of California.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, today could be the last tax day our country ever has. Let that sink in. Today could be the last tax day our country ever has. Monday, April 15, 2024, could be just another spring day if Congress acts now and passes the only tax reform proposal to ever make it on the New York Times bestseller list, the Fair Tax Act. H.R. 25, the Fair Tax, is a simple, fair, and preferred alternative to our current tax system, which puts bureaucrats before the basic needs of hardworking Americans. The bill would eliminate, as in do away with, the federal income, the federal payroll, and the estate and gift taxes, replacing them with a revenue-neutral national 23% consumption tax. Now look, Mr. Speaker, nobody likes taxes, but given the choice between a payroll tax, an income tax, an estate tax, or a gift tax or a consumption tax, people would prefer a consumption tax because they are in control then. It would also eliminate the need for the IRS. It would eliminate tax day. No more tax day. How many people out there right now in this country are sweating as a result of today being tax day, are just sitting at home just thinking, oh, if I can just get through this day? It would allow you to take home 100% of your paycheck so that you control where your hard-earned dollars go. The best part about this is you don't need a law degree or a CPA license to understand it. It's simple, it's fair, it's preferred. For every dollar you pay for a new good or service, 23 cents will go to the federal government and 77 cents will go to the business. It's that simple. I agree, 23% is too high, but it's much better than what you're paying now. Much better than what you're paying now, because this time, have you ever looked at your paycheck? Ever looked at how much you get paid and how much you get to take home? It's ridiculous. No more, no less, no legal or financial expertise would be required. As I said, 23% consumption tax is a lot. No one likes paying taxes, me included. I don't like paying taxes. I understand it, and I'm certainly willing to do my part. But I would surely prefer to have control over it instead of some unelected bureaucrat in Washington, D.C., as it is now having control over it. But what many consumers fail to realize, and what Washington Democrats conveniently ignore, is that today's sticker prices are already inflated to cover corporations' tax burdens. Every tax imposed on businesses, whether it's corporate, FICA, or other taxes, is passed down to consumer. You're already paying taxes every time you purchase a good or service. Under the fair tax, only paying yours, not anyone else's. That's right. On the fair tax, you will only be paying for what you consume. That's what a consumption tax does. I'm going to pause right now, and then I'll come back and finish what I've got to say about this. But this time, I want to recognize my friend from Arizona who wants to speak on this fair tax. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter. I appreciate so much you leading on this issue. I can't tell you. I was thinking as you were talking about the first job I ever had, and I was making, this is really going to date me, but I was making $2.50 an hour. And I thought, holy mackerel, that's $100. I was working 40 hours. I'm going to bring home $100. No, it was $75. And that was a million years ago. I'd bring home less today because everything else has gone up. And I'll just tell you something about that. I've watched that same thing happen to each one of my children. And we live in this world where the federal government kind of clamps down on you. I appreciate this so much. The Fair Tax Act would repeal all federal corporate and individual income taxes, payroll taxes, self-employment taxes, capital gains taxes, death taxes, gift taxes, and replace them with a revenue-neutral consumption tax. You know what's so nice about a consumption tax is you choose whether you're going to pay it. You choose whether you're going to pay it because it's how you consume. We pay too much already in federal taxes, and under this administration, they're paying silent taxes they never voted for. Since this administration took over, Americans are paying nearly 15% more for goods and services due to the inflation tax. Look, I have introduced legislation, I know others have as well, to repeal the 16th Amendment to permanently abolish the federal income tax. This is a fantastic bill that you have, Mr. Carter. I don't need to remind you that the federal government takes up to 37% away from families, away from your dinner tables, away from your gas tank, and pays for drag shows in Ecuador and $85,000 Bob Dylan statues, for Pete's sakes. Americans know how to spend their own money better than politicians do. And under the fair tax workers, everybody's going to take home 100% of their paycheck with no federal taxes withheld. Americans would decide how much they pay in taxes through the choices they make to purchase and consume goods and services. That means that Americans would keep their entire paycheck they worked for and have the freedom to decide how they spend their money. Now, flat taxes are sometimes criticized as disproportionately affecting lower income Americans negatively, but the fair tax accounts for that by providing a prebate. This prebate is an advanced tax refund to every legal American family at the beginning of every month to purchase goods and services tax-free up to the national poverty level. And that's been compared, quite frankly, to the Earned Income Tax Credit, which is part of our Byzantine structure today. Now, when I was in law school, my first year in law school, and this is also 100 years ago, this is back before you had the internet. This is back when I worked for a tax firm. I was their librarian. Every week I went in and for hours updated a room full of tax books, the regulations and the code itself being updated all the time, as Congress would decide who gets a special break and who doesn't. But the fair tax instead encourages economic growth. It's more efficient, it's more productive than our current tax code. This means investment, wages, and consumption are higher than they are under the current income tax. In light of the Democrat majority in Congress and the Biden administration, both of which have made clear their policies are to tax, spend, and control the American people, the fair tax provides the perfect alternative that gives Americans more freedom. Without a national income tax, there would be no need to file taxes or to have an IRS, which this bill defunds. You had me at hello with that. In addition to closing the many loopholes in the current tax code, the fair tax would reach a much larger group of taxpayers, which 9 states have already seen the benefits of firsthand by eliminating their state income taxes. Representative Carter, thank you for letting me speak on behalf of your bill. I think it's a wonderful bill. I support it. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Arizona for his insightful comments. I think we've all had that aha moment when we got our first paycheck. And we said, wait a minute, I was supposed to make X amount, but I'm only taking home this amount. Why is that? Well, the reason why is because you're having to pay an income tax, a payroll tax. You haven't paid all these taxes. But with the consumption tax, with the fair tax, you decide. You want to buy a boat, you're going to pay taxes. You don't want to pay taxes, don't buy the boat. That's all there is to it. And I appreciate the gentleman mentioning this about every time you buy something, you're paying taxes. Every time you purchase a good or a service. But under the fair tax, you're only paying for your good or service. You're only paying your tax, not someone else's. There's no other tax proposal, serious tax proposal, that would overhaul the largest and the most regressive tax that the majority of Americans pay, the payroll tax, while making the United States the most competitive place in the world to do business. It honestly baffles me that my friends on the other side of the aisle haven't embraced this proposal with open arms, because it will save taxpayers time, money, and headaches, while ensuring that those with more money to spend, aka the wealthy, after all, when they buy a boat, it's a big boat, usually a yacht, and the taxes on a yacht a lot bigger. Now, I'm going to buy a John boat. Taxes aren't going to be as much on it, but they buy yachts, and the taxes are high on that, so they're going to pay their fair share. That's one of the criticisms that I always hear. Oh, the wealthy, they don't pay their part. Well, let me tell you, they consume a whole lot more. Who's going to benefit most from this? The people making between $30,000 and $50,000 a year. Those are the people who are going to benefit from this. Those are the people that I'm talking about here. Under this proposal, every legal American family will receive a prebate, as was mentioned. A prebate on their taxes up to the national poverty level. So don't tell me this about, oh, this is going to penalize the very least money earners. No, that's not the case at all, because the prebate is going to take care of that. This means that a family of 4 can spend $30,000 a year without paying a penny in taxes. That's an effective tax rate of 0. Close your eyes. That's how much it is, 0. No matter how you slice it, this bill is a much better deal for middle and low income earners than it is for those at the top. That's what I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, from from those on the other side of the aisle who are always saying, oh, the rich, they don't pay their fair share. Well, this is why we have the fair tax. That's why you have a consumption tax, so they'll be paying their fair share. And I hear this about, oh, the illegals here, they don't pay taxes. Well, if they're going to buy something here, they're going to be paying tax now. They'll be paying a fair tax. We will be able to capture that underground economy, if you will. As distasteful as it may be, the pimps, the prostitutes, they're going to be paying taxes because they consume. They go out and they buy groceries. They go out and they buy stuff. And that's where you're going to be paying the taxes on. No matter how you slice it, this bill is a much better deal for middle and low income earners than it is for those at the top. The fair tax provides freedom to choose when you pay your taxes and how much you spend. You're in control. Don't let Washington, D.C. decide how much you're going to pay in taxes. You decide. That's why the administration, that's why those on the other side of the aisle don't like it, because they lose control of you, and you have control. Instead of taking money from every single dollar you earn, you're only paying taxes on the money you spend, leaving more room for paying down debt, retirement, college, savings, and more. All of us speaking in support of this legislation today know that this is a big idea. And it is a big idea. It's a big change. Although, as Mr. Biggs mentioned, there are 9 states that do it. Oh, by the way, Florida, Texas, Tennessee, they don't have an income tax. They're doing fine. Some of the strongest economies in the world right there, and they're doing fine. We know that overturning an entrenched tax code with thousands of special interests invested in keeping their carve-outs possess a significant challenge. It does pose a significant challenge. But we didn't come to Congress to maintain the status quo. At least that's not why I came here. I thought we were here for big ideas. This is a big idea. And for those who are just turning it off, saying, oh, no, I'll remind them, a closed mind is a dead mind. Got to have an open mind with this. That's why this is so good. The only people with something to lose are those who gain their power and money on the back of this convoluted, broken system. And there are those who know how to play it. I know that. You know that as well. That's why it's time for the fair tax. That's why it's time to put Americans first. And at this time, I want to recognize one of my colleagues. He has an opinion or two about taxes. I know he does. He's had an experience with taxes, too, like many of us have. This time, I will recognize, for as much time as he shall consume, my colleague from Georgia, Representative Andrew Clyde.
Thank you to my dear friend and fellow Georgian, Congressman Buddy Carter. I'm proud to be a staunch supporter and original co-sponsor of Mr. Carter's Fair Tax Act, a common-sense piece of legislation designed to create a simplified and fair code that works for everyone. Most Americans would agree that tax season is stressful and at times intimidating. This is largely due to the fact that our tax code has become overwhelmingly complicated and the IRS is generally unavailable on the phone. In fact, over the past year, my Gainesville district office has processed nearly 200 casework issues involving the IRS. And with an IRS backlog of more than 2 million returns, I know this issue is felt by taxpayers across the country. While great reforms were made by President Trump in his 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, I believe the next necessary step is to completely overhaul our overly complex tax code with the fair tax. The fair tax represents a long-term solution by repealing all federal corporate and individual income taxes, payroll taxes, self-employment taxes, and death taxes, replacing our misguided system with the revenue-neutral personal consumption tax. Under a fair tax, Americans would be able to keep their entire paycheck and only pay taxes on the goods and services that they actually purchase. With no national income tax, there would be no need to file a tax return. And April 15th, or in this year's case, April the 18th, today, would become just another beautiful spring day. The fair tax is also a critical step to truly stop the weaponization of the IRS. In 2013, I was a victim of IRS abuse through unjustified civil asset forfeiture against my small business to the tune of $940,000. I relentlessly fought back for months, eventually reclaiming my hard-earned money through the court system, and then I took my case to Congress, leading to the creation and passage of what eventually became called the Clyde Hirsch-Sowers Respect Act, which President Trump signed into law to ensure no American faces this injustice ever again. But unfortunately, I know that I'm not the only victim of the severe overreach of the Internal Revenue Service. In fact, to make matters worse, just last year, my Democrat colleagues provided the IRS with a whopping $80 billion with the primary purpose of expanding the already bloated agency. The IRS recently confirmed it is set to hire nearly 30,000 new employees over the next 2 years, drastically increasing the agency's auditing capabilities in order to rake in billions of dollars to pay for President Biden's pricey Green New Deal agenda. House Republicans' first vote this Congress repealed this unnecessary funding authorization, and it's past time for Congress to fully recoup this money, sending a strong message that this institution values fiscal responsibility and stands against the weaponization of the IRS. Not only would Congressman Carter's Fair Tax Act eliminate the need for the IRS, but it would also lead to economic prosperity. Economists resoundingly agree that the fair tax would significantly boost our nation's economy. Eliminating corporate taxes would incentivize corporations to headquarter in the United States, which would provide new jobs and economic development in our communities. The cost savings these companies experience will drive the competitive market, ultimately lowering prices of goods and services for Americans. In turn, Americans would have more freedom to reinvest in the economy, since there would be no tax on pure investments. In closing, I am a proud supporter of Rep. Carter's Fair Tax Act, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill to not only simplify but also improve our tax system. Thank you to my friend, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and he brings up some great points. You know, I want to very quickly go over a couple of myths, if you will. I know you find it hard to believe, but there are some myths out there about the fair tax. First of all, the myth is the fair tax rate is really 30%, not 23%. And I agree, 23% is too high. Wish it could be lower. But it's not 30%. You see, our current income tax is expressed as an inclusive tax. When directly comparing the fair tax to our current income tax, the fair tax rate is 23%. Under the fair tax, if you pay $100, simple math now, you pay $100 for a good, $77 goes for the good, and there's an inclusive $23 tax. If you take the $23 as a percentage of the $100, the tax rate is 23%. Unfortunately, opponents of the fair tax, and unbelievably there are some out there, they typically speak of the fair tax in terms of an exclusive tax, simply because the rate sounds higher to consumers. It is 23%. Simple math, 23%. Not only do opponents of the fair tax fail to admit that the inclusive and exclusive rates have consumers paying the same amount of money, but they also compare the exclusive fair tax rate to the inclusive income tax rate. That's unfair and that's misleading. That's a myth. It is 23%. Again, I get it. I know that's too high. I wish it would be lower. But it's not 30%, it's 23%. The only other thing I want to mention at this point is that the myth is that the fair tax, and we mentioned this earlier, that it would hurt the poor and give the rich a huge tax cut. Baloney. The fair tax is the only progressive tax reform bill currently pending before Congress. Each household, as I mentioned earlier, will receive a monthly rebate based on federal poverty levels and household size that will allow families to purchase necessary goods such as food, shelter, and medicine essentially tax-free. 0%. This is similar to our current individual exemption and refundable tax credit system. Essentially the same thing, but just far simpler. Further, the fair tax is not riddled with shelters and loopholes, meaning wealthy taxpayers cannot minimize what they pay in taxes, regardless of how many lawyers and accountants they hire to advise them. It's simple, it's fair, it's preferred. I want to go now to another colleague from Georgia, great new member of our delegation, who certainly knows a thing or two about taxes, having been in business for many years himself, the gentleman from Georgia, Representative Mike Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. And as someone that represents the great University of Georgia, it's nice to see you pick up the football and run with this thing. And you're also right. I have spent my private life over 30-plus years in one of the most regulated and taxed industries that there are in this country. So, yeah, it is very near and dear to my heart. And I want to thank you also for leading on a Georgia original bill which originated with Congressman John Linder. You know, the IRS was weaponized early on in the Obama administration. And the only thing that came out of that, the result of that, was Lois Lerner being found in contempt of Congress, and then you saw the issue go away. Now, the Biden administration, with the addition of 87,000 IRS agents, their new target, the middle class and small businesses. It's time for a new tax system that works for all Americans. So today, I rise in support of H.R. 25, the Fair Tax Act. Our tax act system is in desperate need of reform, and this bill will let Americans keep their hard-earned paychecks and get rid of the IRS. The Fair Tax Act will eliminate payroll and income taxes and greatly reduce compliance costs on small businesses by replacing all of these with a consumption tax on new goods and services. The current tax system is purposely complicated, burdensome, and confusing. So only the well-navigated can navigate the loopholes. So why wouldn't we want to make it simpler and more understandable so that small businesses and workers can thrive? From my first day in Congress, I have been focused on making the federal government more transparent and accountable to the American taxpayer. And the Fair Tax does just that. Every time Americans buy a product or service, they will know exactly how much they will pay in taxes and will be able to factor that into their decisions. There will be no more complex, expensive, end-of-the-year federal tax filings. You know, the only way big legislation is passed in this town is when the American people demand it. And the way we get them on board, we need to hold hearings across this country to explain the ideas and the details of the fair tax. We need to discuss and debate the bill publicly so that the Americans can consider this proposal. Once they hear about it, though, I am confident that they will support the concept of a fair tax. Now let's get to work. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and again, here you got a business owner. He knows all about taxes, and when he talks about a business that is one of the most regulated in the country, he and our previous speaker, Mr. Clyde, Representative Clyde, boy, you talk about regulated businesses. Both of them have regulated businesses. Both of them understand firsthand, personal experience, real life experience about the IRS and about taxes. I want to address one more myth here. The myth that the fair tax will unfairly punish senior citizens living off their retirement income. Unfairly punish senior citizens living off of their retirement income? Wrong. Retired individuals living on fixed income will benefit from the fair tax, just like all other Americans will benefit. The new system will eliminate the current income tax on Social Security benefits. You looked at your Social Security check lately? It's not what it started out at because they take out taxes on it. It'll also eliminate the income taxes on investment income, something a lot of retirees have and they depend on it. On pension, on benefits, individual retirement accounts, IRAs, withdrawals. It eliminates all of that. So don't tell me it's going to punish retirees. It's going to do just the opposite. The monthly prebate will offset the taxes paid by seniors on essential goods. I hear this, old people aren't going to be able to afford groceries. They're not going to be able to afford shelter. Wrong. Wrong. They're going to be able to afford it. That's what the prebate's about. You'll essentially, up to $30,000 for a family of four, your essential tax rate's going to be zero, nil. Again, senior citizens living off of their retirement income after the initial implementation of the fair tax, if prices increase penny for penny, seniors will receive additional Social Security benefits until prices return to or below pre-fair tax levels. This is simple. It's fair. It's preferred. I want to go now to my colleague from Alabama, Representative Barry Moore, who certainly understands a thing or two about taxes. He's paid enough taxes in his life, I'm sure. And I will yield to him as much time as he shall consume.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to express my support for making Tax Day a thing of the past. Our current tax code is 4 times as long as the King James Bible, but contains none of the good news. Last Congress, Pelosi and the Democrats made it their mission to hire 87,000 new IRS agents. Furthermore, Biden's budget calls for the highest level of taxation in American history, with $4.7 trillion in new taxes. A recent analysis by the Tax Foundation found that Biden's $4.7 trillion tax hike on workers, families, farmers, and small businesses would destroy over 300,000 American jobs, cut workers' wages by 1%, and reduce American economic growth by 1.3%. President Biden and the Democrats want every day to be tax day, but today I introduced legislation that would abolish the 16th Amendment, and I'm also a proud supporter of the Fair Tax Act. The Fair Tax Act would eliminate all personal and corporate income taxes, abolish the death tax, eliminate gift and payroll taxes, repeal the tax code and replace it with a single national consumption tax, and my favorite part, it would abolish the IRS. This is the gold standard for tax law and would turn the convoluted, abusive, and biased system into a straightforward code that works for every American. Instead of inflating our already bloated bureaucracy and continuing to punish those who work hard to succeed, Americans deserve a system that works for them. I want to thank my colleague Buddy Carter for his work on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and again, great points, great points. One more myth, Mr. Speaker. The fair tax will make new homes too expensive, and it will eliminate incentives like the mortgage interest rate deduction. Now, I hear this all the time. Again, wrong. Under the current system, every time a new home is purchased, the home buyer is paying an increased price that results from embedded costs. See, that's what people don't understand. Taxes are embedded. They're embedded in the prices that you're paying right now. Under the fair tax, when you buy a new home, these embedded costs are eliminated, meaning the cost for consumers can fall relative to the price of home construction and compliance costs. Additionally, under the fair tax, mortgage interest rates are expected to drop as interest income falls toward the tax-free bond rate. Mortgage interest rates are expected to fall under the fair tax. Wow. At this time, I want to yield as much time as he shall consume to a great advocate of tax reform, the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Bob Good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the gentleman from Georgia for his leadership on this critically important issue. You know, you might say what the House of Representatives does is tax and spend. Thankfully, we're the party that wants to tax less and spend less, so it's a win-win for the American people, a win-win for freedom, a win-win for Americans as a whole. You know, it's appropriate on this day of all days, National Tax Day, to be discussing the state of our tax system. It's no secret to most Americans that the IRS does not serve their interests, and worse yet, frequently uses its power to target law-abiding American citizens and conservative groups. But the American people are tired, sick and tired of dealing with a broken, confusing, and even hostile tax system. In fact, my office regularly hears from constituents who simply want to get an answer from the IRS when they're trying to do their taxes, or want to know why they're forced to pay taxes for things such as just an inheritance from their loved ones. But rather than take a hard look at the current situation, the Biden administration has made it clear they want to further weaponize the IRS against hardworking Americans by spending $80 billion to hire an estimated 87,000 new agents to harass, intimidate, and threaten taxpayers. In fact, in Virginia's 5th District, one of the things I commonly hear is, what we need more of is IRS agents. Of course, I've never heard that in Virginia's 5th District. The American people deserve a better tax system that does not needlessly target them or even punish them for doing their best to work hard, to put food on the table, and comply with an ever more complicated tax code. The addition of these 87,000 IRS agents should raise alarm bells for all Americans, since the IRS and its employees regularly do not follow the limits of their lawful directive, and we can point to example after example. Matter of fact, just last month, an IRS employee was found guilty of 3 counts of wire fraud, 2 counts of aggravated identity theft, 5 counts of evading and assisting the preparation and presentation of a false and fraudulent return, and 3 counts of making and subscribing a false and fraudulent tax return. Clearly, the American people do not need more powerful and more emboldened IRS. The current system must change, and that's where this bill comes into play from my friend from Georgia, Mr. Carter. The Fair Tax Act. This tax system is easy to understand, and it will save billions in compliance for taxpayers and for the federal government. And it holds all Americans to the same standard, a 23% sales tax. In doing so, Americans will not be onerously taxed on what they earn. Instead, they pay a fair tax on what they consume, and it puts Americans in control of the taxes that they pay. It removes the discrimination that's in the tax system because everybody pays taxes based on what they consume. Organized crime pays taxes. Crime cartels pay taxes. The mafia pays taxes. Tax cheats are paying. Under-the-table earners are paying, and you get the idea. Today, the average American worker is forced to pay the federal government 33 cents of every dollar they earn, as opposed to what we're proposing today, which is the fair tax for 23 cents of every dollar they spend if they choose to spend it. And thanks to the prebate plan in this bill, taxpayers will be able to spend up to the poverty guideline and have that amount be exempt from the impact of the 23% tax. And implementing this national sales tax will double the amount of taxpayers in the system. Instead of having just about 150 million American taxpayers who currently are having to pay income taxes, this would bring about 300 million Americans as consumers into the tax revenue. Everyone would be participating based on what they consume. Wealthy people would pay more because they spend more. They make more expensive purchases. And not to mention 51 million annual foreign tourists and some 12 million illegal immigrants in our country, illegal aliens who reside here. The fair tax is a common sense reform that will unburden the American people and stimulate economic growth. Individuals will have more control over their finances and not be threatened with penalties or double taxation for investing and saving their own money. So rather than guess how much you owe each year or how much the government owes you, what a lot of us just had to do here, the fair tax will enable taxpayers to know exactly how much they're paying. So thank you to my friend Buddy Carter for his leadership in this, the gentleman from Georgia, that will put the American taxpayer first, unleash economic growth, and hold everyone accountable to one simple tax requirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Did you hear what he just said? Unleash American growth. Unleash American growth. Wow. What great words. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the bottom line. Our current tax system is broken. It is broken, and it's oppressive. The fair tax allows Americans to keep 100% of their paycheck, of their hard-earned paycheck, and it ends the IRS headache. A family of 4 earning $30,000 a year, they're going to pay zero, not 1 penny in taxes. Further, this bill will save small businesses hundreds of billions of dollars a year in compliance costs, making it easier to start and grow a business here in America. We need that. We need more small businesses. By capturing the underground economy, and almost every speaker has talked about this, we're going to be capturing the underground economy. Tourism dollars, purchases made by illegal immigrants. This bill will save Social Security while leaving more money in the hands of the American people and revolutionizing our economy. Mr. Speaker, at this time I want to recognize the latest sponsor of the Fair Tax Bill and recognize him for as much time as he shall consume, the gentleman from New York, Representative George Santos.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. The American people need tax relief, and I rise today to share my unapologetic support for the Fair Tax Act. Taxes continue to skyrocket in states like New York. Many of my constituents pay nearly $50,000 in local taxes. Of that amount, $10K can be deducted for gross income. The rest gets taxed twice. I've introduced 2 bills regarding tax deductions, H.R. 1260, the SALT Relief Tax Act, and H.R. 2634, the Alimony Relief Act. Both of my bills seek additional deductions for taxpayers forced to submit to government-directed payments. Regarding alimony, I hope to repeal the section of law within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, which places the tax liability of government-mandated payments on the person who makes the payment and not the payee. Why should the person earning the money but not spending it pay the tax liability? Mr. Carter's Fair Tax Act ensures that we pay taxes on what we buy rather than what we earn, and would make both my bills unnecessary. The hours spent every year doing tax returns wouldn't be necessary, and Americans would have more time to spend with their families. I hope we can make real progress on the Fair Tax Act, but in the meantime, I would welcome my colleagues to support my efforts, and I look forward to the day when a simpler tax code is afforded to our constituents, all of our constituents. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Very insightful comments, and I appreciate that very much. I want to thank all my colleagues for their support in speaking in favor of America's favorite tax proposal. Yeah, it's been around for quite a while now, but its time has come. Its time has come. This bill, in fact, was first proposed by Representative John Linder, member of the Georgia delegation, whose chief of staff, Rob Woodall, took over the bill when he was elected to Congress, another Georgian. When Rob retired, he asked me if I would take over this legislation, and I was honored to do so, because I made a commitment when I became a member of Congress that this would be the first bill I would co-sponsor as a member of Congress, and it was. And it has been ever since I've been a member of Congress. Co-sponsoring this bill was my first act as a member of Congress, and I'm eager to see this landmark bill finally get the attention and legislative action it deserves. It's fair. It's simple. It's preferred. You're in control. You decide how much you want to pay in taxes. Not some unelected bureaucrat. Not some member of Congress who decides they need a loophole or a tax break for something. No, you're going to decide. You're going to decide what you're going to pay taxes on and what you're not going to pay taxes on. Again, as I started out tonight, today could be the last tax day our country ever sees. The last one. Let that sink in. Today could be the last tax day our country ever sees. All we have to do is to adopt the fair tax, a consumption tax. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grotham, for 30 minutes.
This week, is that on? Is this on? Okay, you say it's on. This week, Congress returned from 2 weeks working in session, and obviously we heard quite a bit from our constituents back home. I'd like to spend a little bit of time addressing issues that I think are on their mind. The first thing is we had another step towards the I'll call it the de-Christianization or dislike of people of faith, and that it was revealed within the last month and a half that a memo was leaked from the Richmond office of the FBI saying that they were concerned that conservative Catholics may be tied up with white supremacists and we have to monitor them. I think this is one of the most offensive things up there. Now, first of all, their source for this was the Southern Poverty Law Center. I would ask anybody to Google the Southern Poverty Law Center and see the degree in which it has been used to enrich its founders and is a totally discredited source. I thought nobody outside of maybe a few journalists would trust it with anything, but apparently the FBI considers the Southern Poverty Law Center a legitimate source. But even more scary is that they're targeting conservative Catholics. You know why they're targeting conservative Catholics? Because they're sincere believers in their faith. And that scares the type of people who are running the country, or they're afraid they would be an obstacle in the type of country they want us to become. They do say that this was not up to their exacting standards. In other words, what they are apologizing for is they got caught because there was somebody there who was a whistleblower who exposed the way the leadership in the FBI thought. I think all Americans, and I'm not Catholic, but all Americans who take their faith seriously should be very alarmed at this. There have been many countries around the world which consider Christianity or religion their enemy. And I thought one of the major reasons why why the United States was different than these other countries is because we are supposed to be a moral and religious nation. We are a nation built for people who take their faith seriously. But now we find out the FBI thinks we ought to put informants in with groups of conservative Catholics to make sure they're not up to something untoward. I hope all Americans are appropriately concerned with the type of people we have being hired in the FBI. I hope all clergymen realize that if they can go after the conservative Catholics, the next thing they're going to do is go after you. And the idea that they would think we should put informants in with conservative Catholic groups to make sure they're not doing something untoward is truly scary. My next topic for tonight is a topic in which not a lot of progress has been made in the last two weeks, but I continue to believe people in this body or the press corps should be turning up the heat a little bit on our current administration. I have talked before about the potentially huge problems we could have in Ukraine. We're dealing with a very advanced country in Russia, a country with nuclear submarines, a country with the ability to shut down your electric grid, and no progress is being made towards some sort of peace agreement. This war has now gone on for over a year. I think there are sadly some people in this town who wouldn't mind if the war was on another 2 or 3 years. And the additional cost, as far as monetary cost, is a scandal in its own right. But that's not as horrible as the huge cost in human suffering and death that every war has. I've talked before about the fact that Ukraine has the second lowest birth rate of any country of size in the world, behind only South Korea. Russia itself has had a big immigration problem, which people are leaving their country. And I have been at the southern border and heard stories of young Russians coming here. So it should be particularly easy to negotiate some sort of deal. The United States is in a position to negotiate that deal, but certainly other countries that we are friendly with, Israel, Turkey, or France, could be prodded towards working towards some sort of peace deal on humanitarian reasons, if none other. Nevertheless, we don't hear a lot of talk about that. Not a lot of gossip that behind the scenes people are working towards some sort of agreement. I would assume, given how poorly things went with Russia when they invaded. Things didn't wrap up in 3 days like our CIA was guessing. I assume it was a surprise to Russia that things are still going on this long as well, and I would assume that therefore both sides would like to work towards a peace agreement here. But sadly, the United States, who I think should be working for peace, I always kind of remember when the United States negotiated the end of the Russo-Japanese War, we should be wanting world peace, but instead you hear no rumors of that regard. And I would hope that the press corps and other politicians in this area would be asking a little bit or prodding the relevant people along to make sure that we work towards peace. The next topic, always I could argue the most important topic for our country, is the border. And while back in the district, I spent one day, haven't been there in about 11 months, but I spent one day at the Arizona-Texas border and continued to see what a complete mess we have down there. While down there, myself and Congressman Biggs from Arizona were given a ride along the Arizona-Mexican border. The ride had to go for 25 or 30, maybe 35 miles along a very rocky trail. I don't think the car could go more than 15 or 20 miles an hour. We saw nobody until we got about 15 miles in the middle of nowhere, and we came across 4 or 5 families totaling 21 people. We were informed by this group that they were dropped off about a 2-hour walk from the American border and had to walk over this rocky land to get there. Now, so you know, most people who ask for asylum, they go to designated points of entry where they roll out the red carpet, I'm only exaggerating a little bit, to deal with the people and walk them through. Why was this group of 21 people, and you got to understand, there's some question as to whether the border is under control. I will assure you, the border is under control. The Mexican drug control gangs have that border under control. These folks, after having to walk 2 hours through the desert, sat for 2 hours in the middle of nowhere. It was fortunately a cool day, about 70 degrees, but it could have been 100 degrees. And finally, us 2 congressmen came across them. I don't know who would have come across them if we hadn't been taking the tour at the time. And we had to call, waited probably another 30 or 35 minutes for the Border Patrol to show up and take these 21 people back. Now, why would the Mexican drug control gangs want 21 people showing up in the middle of nowhere rather than the designated points of entry? The reason is, all along the southern border, the drug gangs have spotters in the surrounding mountains. And when the people come across with drugs, they want to make sure they're not caught. So one way to make sure they're not caught is you send other people across that you know the Border Patrol has got to deal with, you know the Border Patrol has to process, and, you know, it took a minimum of 3, I would guess more than that, big SUVs to take these people to a designated Border Patrol station so that the gangs doing the spotting in the high mountains around us knew that now was the easy time to get through the fentanyl and other drugs that stream across our border. Just a real tragedy. I think it was very risky to have such young kids going along, in addition to the fact that that's 21 more people coming in our country who I would almost be certain does not need asylum. They're just coming here because our president does not consider the border something worth enforcing. I want to give you one other anecdote from that trip which tells you the lack of seriousness that this administration has towards this unfettered immigration as well as this stream of illegal drugs coming across the border. I have been an advocate in the past for drug-sniffing dogs that can identify the horrible drugs that are killing over 100,000 Americans in the past. And I asked our guide, who was connected with the union down there, so he represented how the average Border Patrol people felt. And he said, no, not more dogs. Why didn't he want more dogs? Because right now, the Biden administration did give them more dogs. They gave them more dogs feeling they needed therapy dogs for the Border Patrol. They felt in the stressful situation of being underfunded, of being miles and miles away from the closest Border Patrol agent in case something goes south, that the way to deal with the stress was to hire therapy dogs. And they had 38 therapy dogs. Wouldn't you think if you're going to hire dogs for the southern border, they'd be drug-sniffing dogs and try to reduce that 100,000 plus number of people who are dying of illegal drug use every year? No! The people who currently run our government think, well, the Border Patrol is stressed in the current situation. What should we do about it? I don't think we should hire more Border Patrol agents. I don't think we should hire more drug-sniffing dogs. Aha! Let's hire some more therapy dogs for the Border Patrol because they'll feel better if on their way out in the morning they get to pet the dog. Unbelievable. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, can you? But we've dealt a little bit more with the border in the committee that I'm the subcommittee chair earlier today. And we remember a couple years ago under a different president that the press made a big deal that they felt there were some families being separated. And those families could be only separated for, I think, under 20 days, and that was only if the parents had broken some law. Well, today in our committee hearing, we looked at the number of unaccompanied minors crossing the southern border. These are minors crossing without parental guidance, without parents being with them. In the final full year before the current administration, in a whole year, there were 15,000 unaccompanied minors crossing. And that was, the first half of that year, was before COVID was really out there. So it was a kind of an artificially, should have been higher number, but 15,000. Last year, we had 128,000 unaccompanied minors crossing the border. Young people without any parental guidance coming on their own. That by itself should be a major cause of concern. We had today a witness, Robin Marcos, of the Director of Office of Refugee Resettlement, a political appointee, and it was shocking what she didn't know about the young people crossing the border. Now, I've been at the border before, and I know the Border Patrol will tell you, or other people guarding the border, that there are times they suspect that children are crossing the border and are only providing cover from other people who want to come here, and they say, this is my child, but the Border Patrol suspects it's not their child. They do a DNA test and find out they're not their child. Wouldn't you be giving DNA tests to just about every unaccompanied minor crossing the border to make sure they aren't being trafficked, or that when you give them to a sponsor eventually, if they say that sponsor is an aunt or uncle or whatever, it really is? But when you ask Ms. Marcos how many DNA tests they're giving of the unaccompanied minors, she has no idea. I would think that's about the first thing that you should know. The second thing that you should wonder about is her agency adequately vetting the sponsors that are going to take over these kids who are coming here without their parents? So we ask her, how many sponsors are rejected as unfit to take care of these unaccompanied minors? She had no idea. Isn't that kind of surprising? Wouldn't you think in this era of human trafficking that you would want to know that? Wouldn't you think in this era in which a lot of these kids cross the border and, according to the New York Times, wind up working in unsafe conditions, I assume in part to pay off the debt that they have to pay for coming in this country? Wouldn't you think that we would be doing a thorough investigation of these sponsors? Apparently not. We have no idea how many sponsors were considered unfit to come here. Another thing that surprised me at the border was that if you really wanted to disrupt the drug trade that's killing over 100,000 Americans a year, one of the things you could do very successfully is not only try to track down people coming in the country, you could track down people leaving the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. After all, it wouldn't be so profitable in the drug trade if some of that cash was being intercepted. I guess for a while, a few years ago, they tried to intercept that cash. Whether it's the lack of money or whatever, they're not doing it anymore. I guess I'll take that as one more evidence of the lack of seriousness that this administration has in trying to disrupt the drug trade coming across the southern border. But in any event, we don't see that happening either. And like I said, our new director, she's been here last September, really knows very little about what's going on the border, and you would think she would want to know. We also know from the New York Times, and she didn't deny this, that there are 87,000 unaccompanied minors, and we don't know where they are. Now, she could say it's not her job, but when we're taking people away from their parents, or when people are leaving their parents and coming to America, wouldn't you think we'd express a little bit interest to see whether they're being taken care of by someone that the child will be safe with? Apparently not. Now, some people say, well, if this guy says it's the child's uncle. It could be an uncle they've never met before in their life. They could be making up that it's an uncle. It could be an uncle who lives with 6 other guys and he's taking in a 14-year-old girl to live with him. Who knows what's going on? But there's little concern. I guess the only thing that drives this administration's Border Patrol policy is getting as many people here as quickly as possible because they want to change America, and that's what we're dealing. One final thing, I would think that when somebody comes here without parents, you would want to contact the parents and let them know, you know, we have little Mary here. She says she's 12 years old. We want to make sure that you understand that she's here in Tucson, Arizona. Our director has no idea how many parents have been contacted. She has no idea how many times both parents are being contacted, or maybe that child is only one parent is connected with that child. We have no idea. But if we care even remotely for these kids, I would think we would be in contact with their parents. You're saying you're sending little Mary here to live with, you know, Uncle Joe. Is that accurate? You would try to get a hold of both parents because we'd like to have both parents play a role in the raising of children. Who knows if we ever get a hold of both parents? I hope, in a humanitarian interest, that we take some concern over the lack of care of over 120,000 unaccompanied minors coming in this country every year. And I can't help but ask myself, given that some of these kids will probably never see their parents again, where was the press corps and where were the Democrats who at one time were all concerned that sometime if a parent broke the law, they'd have to spend 15 or 16 days apart from their child? An important story, and a story I hope people follow up on. Now, I'd like to deal with one of the problems that the Biden administration thinks is of great concern, and I don't think should be a major concern, but they keep pushing it and pushing it down upon us. And that is what to do about the supposed huge amount of racism in the country. We know that when Joe Biden was sworn in, I attended his inaugural speech. I believe if there was one theme, it was racism. He talked about racism 4 times. He talked about white supremacy first. He really thought we had a big racist problem in America today. And he followed it up in this year's State of the Union address. One more time, Joe Biden couldn't help but resist taking a shot at our law enforcement and saying how racist they were. This despite the fact when they do studies of law enforcement, when adjusted to criminal behavior, there's no difference or anything going the other way as far as the chance that race will be a factor in people who die. But in any event, Joe Biden has done two things that I think require us to look at the so-called racial element as Joe Biden's heavy-handed government weighs in. In his budget, he begins with new diversity, equity, and inclusion teams in all government agencies. That's interesting. So we have bureaucrats, I'm sure bureaucrats will be involved, whose job it is apparently to poke around and educate people that they should view themselves not as individuals, but view themselves racially. One of the things I did when I was on break, I'm not quite through with the book, is take advantage of a gem that you might not be familiar with, called by Thomas Sowell, the incisive Thomas Sowell, Affirmative Action Around the World. And I don't think a lot of people in this body know that this idea of affirmative action, recognizing people by race, promoting them by race, hiring by race, is not unique to the United States. It happened in various other countries around the world, and I think we ought to see what traits we have in common as soon as you go down the path of affirmative action. I first dealt with this problem when I was in the state legislature many years before. Of course, dealing with affirmative action and racial preferences and identifying people by race is not something unique to the government. To a certain extent, with the government weighing in, it's become very common at universities, very common in big business. We were in a hearing a couple weeks ago, and it was revealed that in college universities, these racial police are being hired for as much as $200,000 a year. Drives me up a wall, given that sometimes we talk about student loan debt, and that the student loan debt is going to these race hustlers, I think is entirely inappropriate. I also believe that there are certain majors we need more of this country. We need more nurses, we need more engineers, and it drives me up a wall when we have shortage of professors of nursing or engineering professors, finding that the universities think it's more important to hire the equity police. In any event, what lessons can we learn from Thomas Sowell? What does this going down this path and identifying people by race, what things happen in common when they try this in countries around the world? Well, the first thing is, all around the world when they have affirmative action, it usually starts out with a lie. That this race preference stuff will happen for a short period of time and then will disappear. Maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years. This country began to enforce affirmative action in earnest in 1965. So the current race preference type stuff is about 57 years old, well longer than originally thought. Secondly, around the world, once you go down this path, you keep adding more people to the mix. And I think at the time that Lyndon Johnson really kicked off the affirmative action in earnest in 1965, it was primarily for black Americans, an implication that slavery might have been part of it, that sort of thing. Since then, we have added Hispanics, new word, kind of an interesting thing because for the purpose of affirmative action, if your ancestors came from Spain and spent a couple generations in Costa Rica, you're considered a minority, but if your ancestors came from Spain and came straight to the United States, you're considered European, which shows the ridiculousness of the whole thing. But this is common around the world, the idea of adding, we add women to the mix, so we need to have affirmative action there as well. Secondly, people begin to change their identity as soon as affirmative action kicks in. A lot of people don't realize that if you're 1/4, say Latin, or 1/8 Asian, you can be considered eligible for affirmative action. So they follow this stuff. Somebody who maybe before affirmative action on the census form said, I'm white, but because they're a 1/4 Cuban, which is European anyway, you all of a sudden can relabel yourself a minority. Now, we obviously had a U.S. Senator here a few years ago, Elizabeth Warren, an extreme example of that. She was a 64th or 128th, 128th American Indian, Native American, and she therefore changed her identity and miraculously said, I'm a Native American. I should get preferences. I think that's inappropriate, but that's what the current system apparently allows. And this is common, apparently, when affirmative action is implemented in other countries. People change their identity. The next thing that happens is, even though I think affirmative action is supposed to benefit the least fortunate of people of certain groups, it uniformly winds up benefiting the most fortunate of those groups. Okay, in other words, if you have preferences in government contracting, it benefits the wealthy businessman. It doesn't benefit the person more at the bottom of the heap. But this is common around the world. The benefits of the people who implement the affirmative action are usually the people who are doing the most well off in the first place. I do believe that at maybe the least bad thing is it leads to resentment. Countries that previously everybody was get along, all of a sudden bifurcate as people fight for more and more of their group. And they didn't think they were part of a group before, but all of a sudden they're part of a group. I think everybody should read about what happened in Sri Lanka, a country that had two primary ethnic groups. They got along for apparently centuries very well on the small island of Sri Lanka, but once affirmative action kicked in, the resentments kicked in, they wound up having a civil war and over 20,000 people died on an island before they had affirmative action in which everybody was getting along just fine. This obsession with affirmative action, I'll point also, it means in some cases you almost by definition have to be promoting people who it's very important we have the best person there. Doctors, air traffic controllers, engineers. Maybe it doesn't matter a lot the quality of professor we have in universities, but it certainly matters on these other occupations. And if we don't have the best people there, it can result in deaths. Now, there's one thing I wish the press would follow up on a little bit here. About 2 years ago, when Joe Biden first took office, the senators, Tammy Duckworth and Mazie Hirono, they said that we shouldn't have any more white guys appointed by the Biden administration. I think that was an inflammatory thing to say. They haven't followed up on it, but recently there was an article in a legal journal pointing out, not saying it's good or bad, that we had 97 new judges so far in the first 2 years of the Biden administration. Only 5 were white guys, and of those, at least 2 were gay. Well, it sounds like this strict adherence to group identity is playing a big role in who President Biden is appointing. And I'm not sure the American public knows the degree to which that is going on, but it's something that should be looked into. It's something maybe we should look at appointments other than just judicial appointments, but I think it's something that a shocking number of people don't know about, and it's something we should follow up on. So there are some of the issues that were discussed back in my district when I was there. None of these issues, I think, have received the appropriate amount of attention that it should be given by our press corps, and hopefully we'll hear about more of all of these issues in the press in the weeks and months to come. Thank you. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announcement policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Miller.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks to submit extraneous material to the record.
Without objection.
Thank you to my colleagues for joining me tonight in this special order. I'm honored to join together to celebrate April as Faith Month, and I'm calling on people of faith to join in prayer and in celebration. As a member of Congress, I am happy to reaffirm my commitment to the Judeo-Christian values and the freedom of religion on which our country was founded. In Congress, my colleagues and I will always fight to protect the right of all Americans to exercise their faith and maintain the freedom of religion. People of faith seek to be a positive force in their communities, especially in difficult circumstances. Religious organizations in America have a rich history of charitable engagement in helping the poor, the sick, and the afflicted, and they should be appreciated. I would now like to recognize my friend and colleague, the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Congresswoman Diana Harshbarger.
Thank you, Representative Miller. And hello, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to speak for 2 minutes. Yes. I want to talk about faith and what is faith. Thankfully, the Bible contains a clear definition in Hebrews 11:1. It says, "Now faith is the assurance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen." So faith is trusting in something you cannot explicitly prove. Trust is actually relying on the fact that something is true. This biblical definition of faith doesn't only apply to salvation, which is God's gift to us, but to the rest of our Christian life. We are to believe what the Bible says, and we are to obey it. That's called living by faith. We are to believe the promises of God. We are to agree with the truth of God's word, and we are to be transformed by it. Hebrews 11:6 says, "Because without faith, it is impossible to please God. Without faith, we cannot be saved. Without faith, the Christian life cannot be what God intends it to be. Without faith, I wouldn't be standing in this chamber today representing the precious people of the 1st District of Tennessee. Without faith, I wouldn't be able to share a hopeful message with this great nation that if God be for us, who shall be against us? Faith knows that no matter what the situation is in our life or someone else's life, that the Lord is working within that situation for their good and His glory. Perfect faith is simply taking God at His word. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Harshbarger. It's been a privilege to join with you weekly and with other members to pray for our country. Our nation is in crisis because our society has turned away from God and has embraced a culture that now tells children that life has no value. This year, I launched the Congressional Family Caucus because I believe we have a moral obligation as servant representatives to save our American values and to defend the natural family as ordained by God, a husband and a wife committed to each other for life with their children. We need to defend the natural family from attempts by the radical left to erode this core foundation of our society. In Deuteronomy 6, in the context of the traditional family in the home, we are to diligently instruct our children to love God and to obey His commandments. During Faith Month, I would like to recognize that a happy family is a blessing from God and is foundational to human flourishing. I will always proudly stand up for faith and for our families in Congress. And now I'd like to yield to my friend, Andrew Clyde from Georgia, to whatever time is necessary.
Thank you to my friend Congresswoman Miller from Illinois for leading on this important issue, this important special order, and for being a leader in defending religious freedom. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor and celebration of Faith Month. During Faith Month, we celebrate the enduring power of the Bible as God's revelation to His creation, offering guidance and the promise of eternal life through the gospel of His Word. This sacred text has played a pivotal role in shaping the very fabric of our nation, acting as a guard for liberty in the United States of America. Over 400 years ago, settlers fled religious persecution in search of the New World, and the Bible became the cornerstone of our founding fathers' vision for a free government. Their wise leadership wove the Word of God into the foundation and core principles of our nation, ensuring unity and success for generations to come. Our founders wisely and proudly proclaimed that our liberties are not bestowed by the government, but by our heavenly Creator. As Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This includes the most pivotal liberties outlined in the First Amendment, which preserves our unalienable right to religious liberty. Undoubtedly, this remains one of the most important foundations of our nation. But I see little by little, day by day, these religious liberties are in danger of being canceled or abandoned because of persecution in government at all levels. We must not allow that to continue, and so we must defend all our God-given liberties from government overreach, and we in Congress must lead on this issue. Today and every day, may we individually and unapologetically rejoice in our faith. And as we move forward, let us continue to use God's Word as the guiding light. Our government founded on faith and His divine plan will bring peace, freedom, and liberty to all who call this great nation home. Thank you, and I yield back to the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Thank you, Congressman, and I would like to agree with you that we do need to defend these core principles and our freedom to exercise our faith.
Thank you.
This year, during Faith Month, we celebrate and thank God for the historic victory of the end of Roe v. Wade. The end of Roe is the beginning of a new chapter where we can now embrace a culture of life with reverence for all of God's children. I applaud the justices who stood bravely up to the radical abortion industry and defended life. And I also applaud President Trump, who gave the American people a court that delivered a pro-life win for our nation. The Bible tells us in Psalm 139 that we are fearfully and wonderfully created by God, knitted together in our mother's womb. This verse reminds us that every human life is created by God and has inherent worth and dignity in every stage of development. And what a shame that today we are teaching our children that they're the result of cosmic dust and are here without purpose instead of intricately woven and designed and purposed by God. Defending life has been one of the most meaningful fights that I have contributed to during my time in Congress. I've had the opportunity to stand with pro-life colleagues from across the country by supporting the Life at Conception Act, the No Taxpayer Funding for Abortion Act, and co-sponsoring the Protecting Life on College Campus Act. During Faith Month, I would like to recognize incredible strides we have made for the pro-life movement over recent years. I will always defend the lives of the unborn. And now, I would like to yield as much time as they may consume to Mr. Allen, my friend from Georgia.
Oh, thank you, Mary, and thank you for holding this time that we can share our faith and the importance of our faith and the importance of faith to this country. You know, it's important that we take this opportunity to celebrate Faith Month. Faith in God is as important to our nation today as it was in 1776. When faced with critical decisions, our founding fathers looked to the Scriptures and sought the wisdom of God. The church was the most important pillar in every community at that time and had tremendous influence over the establishment of our Constitution and the values as a nation. As my friend Mike Johnson explained to me, what our founders did was simply this. They left God at the top, they got rid of the king, and put the people in charge. And I want to tell the American people today, you are in charge. The Constitution has not changed in that regard. They recognize, as many of us here today do, that the Bible is a life-changing source of eternal hope which sustains our faith. President Adams stated that our Constitution was written for moral and religious people only. It will do for no other. You know, I've often said that, and it offends some people. What did Adams mean by this statement? Well, as I understand it, our founders came to America for religious freedom. A couple of weeks ago, Os Guinness spoke to us at the Freedom and Law breakfast, and he explained it this way. He said, you cannot have virtue without faith. You cannot have faith without freedom, and you cannot have freedom without virtue. And you think of this as a triangle, each dependent on the other. We serve a God who created perfect order, because chaos is the absolute opposite of freedom. Based on these founding principles, we have In God We Trust above the American flag that hangs right there above the Speaker's podium. Behind us, looking down on this body, we have the full face of Moses, who wrote the first 5 books of the Bible, the law, God's law. So in this body, we are without excuse. And with that, let me lift up a few examples of faith in both the Old and New Testament. God chose Abraham to be the father of Israel, the home of God's chosen people. Why did God choose Abraham? I'll read from Genesis 12. The Lord had said to Abraham, leave your country, your people, and your father's household, and go to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation. I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all the people on earth will be blessed through you. And I would say to you today, that includes the United States of America. The second example I'd like to share is from Matthew, and this is one of my favorites, when Jesus calms the storm. This is Matthew chapter 8. Then he got into the boat, and his disciple followed him. Without warning, a furious storm came up on the lake, so that the waves swept over the boat. But Jesus was sleeping. The disciples went and woke him, and saying, Lord, save us. We're going to drown. He replied, Ye of little faith, why are you so afraid? Then he got up and rebuked the winds and the waves, and it was completely calm. The men were amazed and asked, what kind of man is this? Even the wind and the waves obey him. You know, that begs the question is who is actually in charge of the climate? The third example I would like to share on faith is from John 20, 24 through 29. Now Thomas, one of the 12, was not with the disciples when Jesus came. So the other disciples told him, we have seen the Lord. Then he said to him, unless I see the nail marks in his hands and put my finger where the nails were and put my hand into his side, I will not believe it. A week later, his disciples were in the house again, and Thomas was with them. Though the doors were locked, Jesus came and stood among them and said, peace be with you. Then he said to Thomas, put your finger here. See my hands? Reach out your hand and put it into my side. Stop doubting and believe. Thomas said to him, my Lord and my God. Those words were maybe the greatest proclamation of faith in the New Testament. Jesus also told him, because you have seen me, you have believed. Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed. And that is what our faith is about today. Over 50 years ago, the late Billy Graham prayed about the status of our faith in this nation. I would like to share this prayer. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. We recognize on this historic occasion that we are a nation under God. We thank thee for this torch of faith handed us by our forefathers. May we never let it be extinguished. Thou alone hast given us our prosperity, our freedom, and our power, the faith in God in our heritage and our foundation. Thou hast warned us in the Scriptures, if the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? As George Washington reminded us in his farewell address, morality and faith are the pillars of our society. We confess these pillars are being eroded in an increasingly materialistic and permissive society. The whole world is watching to see if the faith of our fathers will stand the trials and tests of the hour. Too long we have neglected thy word and ignored thy laws. Too long we have tried to solve our problems without reference to thee. Too long we have tried to live by bread alone. We have sown to the wind and are now reaping a whirlwind of crime, division, and rebellion. I ask you tonight, why have we not passed down these very values to the next generation? And why is this generation in chaos? As chairman of the Prayer Caucus, I'm in a unique position to hear the spiritual concerns of the American people. Every week that we are in session, members of Congress gather together to pray for our great nation and those with prayer requests. I urge you to visit my website at allen.house.gov to submit a prayer request. Only through prayer and faith in God can we unite and heal the deep divisions and moral crisis facing our nation that Billy Graham pointed out more than 50 years ago. And with that, I thank you and yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Allen. And now I'd like to yield as much time as I may consume to Congressman Vulture from the 1st District of Idaho.
Thank you to my friend and Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to commemorate Faith Month. As a member of the Christian faith, I see this month as a time to reflect on my own faith journey. And as an American, it's time to celebrate the foundations of religious liberty that our country is built upon and the resulting prosperity that it has brought. Our country is home to over 150 million Christian believers. Now more than ever, these Americans are under threat as their beliefs are labeled bigoted, their places of worship are attacked, and their religious protections are diminished. 150 million people. Founding Father John Adams once said, "Nothing is more dreaded than a national government meddling with religion." And I agree. In a world increasingly hostile to people of faith, America must remain a refuge for those looking to worship God without fear of state reprisal. Proverbs 29:2 says, "When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, the people mourn." Let us govern in a righteous manner and protect our fellow Americans' freedom to practice their faith as they choose. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
May I ask how much time we have left?
About 9 minutes.
I'd like to yield as much time as I may consume to my friend and colleague, Congressman Bob Good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the great Congresswoman from Illinois, Ms. Mary Miller, for your leadership on this all-important issue, this all-important opportunity to discuss the importance of faith. You know, we are so privileged. We are so privileged to live in a country where our right to worship or to not worship, our right to practice our faith or not to practice, to believe or not to believe, is protected, literally enshrined in our Constitution in the very first amendment to the Constitution. Our founders, in fact, with this wonderful, great experiment in self-rule, in self-governance in a constitutional republic, our founders literally sought divine intervention when they were forming this country. They prayed together and asked for wisdom and for courage, and they certainly showed that as patriots when they fought for our freedom some 250 years ago. From, at that time, the world's greatest power, the greatest economic and military power, our founders fought for our freedom, risked everything. You know, I have a painting in my office, an artist's rendering of George Washington as the general of the Continental Army, praying, seeking wisdom, seeking protection, seeking courage in the battle for our independence, for our freedom. Then as the Congress came together and established this country, they sought, again, divine intervention. They sought wisdom. They sought the Lord's guidance in forming this country. Who were the founders? Most of them were Christians. Most of them were Bible-believing Christians. Virtually all of them believed in a higher power, believed in a creator, believed in divine providence. And of course, the First Amendment, the reason why that was the First Amendment, saying that the Congress shall make no law establishing a religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. The intention of that, as they had escaped the oppression and the tyranny of England and a monarchy where there was a blended church state, an official state church, they wanted the freedom from that so that everyone could again worship as they chose, believe as they chose, practice their faith as they chose, or do none of those things in a free country like the United States. Lest anyone should say, or as commonly and incorrectly posited by some today, that there is this mythical separation of church and state. The founders never intended that. And all you have to do is read their extra constitutional writings to know what they intended. They were seeking to protect the church from the government, never intending to protect the government from the influence of the church. That is why those very founders, those signers of the Declaration, many of them, are the ones who started the practice of opening Congress every day in prayer, a practice we continue today. Those very founders are the ones who declared a national day of prayer soon after founding this great nation. And thankfully, that has continued to this day. And America has been that shining city on a hill, not just because we've been economically strong, not just because we've been militarily strong, but as it was famously said, America has been great because America has been good. America founded upon Judeo-Christian principles, a belief that our rights are God-given rights that preceded the founding of our country, but yet we're unique among the nations of the world where those rights are protected, that are protected in this country by our Constitution. No nation in the history of the world has ministered to more people around the globe, has brought, yes, the gospel to more people around the globe than the United States of America. No nation in the history of the world has rescued more people, ministered to more people, freed more people than the United States of America. No nation in the history of the world has been more welcoming to people from all over the globe, immigrants from all over, to come to these shores from all ethnic backgrounds, all nationalities, all races, and to provide more upward mobility and opportunity than the United States of America. And I submit that is because we are founded upon biblical principles, Judeo-Christian principles, respect for life, respect for the rule of law, respect for God-given rights. And again, that is protected in this country, unique among the nations of the world in our founding, unique among the nations of the world where our rights are protected in our own Constitution. But those rights are under assault in this country. You're seeing increasing hostility from some on people of faith. You're seeing protections being eliminated for individuals or business owners to practice their faith in the public square or to practice their faith in the way that they run their business. You're seeing a lack of protection for people of faith from attack, from violence, from vandalism. at places of worship or at things like crisis pregnancy centers. You're even seeing federal government targeting people based on their faith, as we recently saw with the FBI towards Catholics in the city of Richmond, just 30 minutes from the outskirts of my district. But while it is still permitted in this country, we continue to open every morning in Congress, every day in Congress, every session with prayer. And while it's still permitted, I'm going to take the opportunity here, with the time granted to me by my friend from Illinois, to share a little bit about my personal faith. I'm a born-again Christian. I came to know the Lord when I was 9 years old. That is when the faith that my parents had raised me in became my own, where I personally made the decision to surrender to Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. You know, it doesn't matter what Bob Good believes. Bob Good has no more right to truth or corner on truth than anyone else does. But it does matter what the Bible says. The Bible says in Romans 5:8, "But God commendeth his love toward us, and that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us." God loved us so much that he sent his only Son, Jesus Christ, to die for our sins so that we could have salvation, to pay the sins for everyone in the world. John 3:16 says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believeth in him should not perish, but would have everlasting life." You know, there's a reason, again, why our protection of our faith and our religious freedom, our right to the free exercise of our faith, is enshrined in the First Amendment of the Constitution. Because what is more precious to a person than their own belief, their own faith, their ability to worship, their ability to assemble with other believers if they choose? What is a more important right or a more precious freedom than that? That's why, by the way, it was so egregious just in the last couple of years, where we saw the government clamp down on the ability of people to assemble together to worship, how they conducted their worship, whether or not they could conduct their worship. We saw that like no other time in the history of this country during the years of 20 and 21, especially during the COVID years. What an egregious violation of the right to express our faith, to worship. We saw that on display during the 2 years when the China virus was ravaging our country. But we kept liquor stores open, we kept casinos open, we kept other essential places open, but we didn't keep houses of worship open. And that's done harm to our country. You know, I think most of us recognize, or many of us recognize anyway, that America has been blessed in large part because of our dependence upon the Lord, our dependence on divine intervention, our dependence on guidance from our Creator. A belief that we were created unique in the image of God, created for a purpose, that there's more to this life than just the 80 or so years that God gives us if we live a long life, but there is an eternity. And the most important thing in life is to be prepared for eternity. And I thank, again, my friend and my colleague from Illinois for organizing and arranging and leading on this very important issue, and I thank you for letting me share today.
Thank you, Congressman Good, for your words and for your testimony. And to conclude, during Faith Month, I hope that you'll join me in praying for our nation. Clearly, there has been an attack on our First Amendment right to exercise our freedom of religion and our faith beliefs. And I want to say that to think about, if you took instinct out of a beehive, you would have chaos. And when you take God out of society, you have chaos also. I will never be afraid to speak up in defense of our faith, our freedom, and for our children. We need to protect the American way of life. We've been criticized by radical leftists, and they're trying to remake America into a communist, atheist experiment, but our founders were men of faith, and there are many of us here in Congress that are men and women of faith also. We pray for our country, and I want to encourage everybody to continue to pray for our great nation. Thank you so much. And now I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman have a motion?
I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for a morning hour debate.